Chapter 6:12. The 10 youths from the martial spirit court all had indifferent expressions on their faces, but their eyes were filled with incomparable arrogance. Even when they looked at the earthly kings from the other 17 forces, they had the same attitude. Standing at the front of the 10 was a young man dressed in hemp clothing. This young man was not particularly outstanding, but his looks were very pleasing to the eye. He was the kind of person that people would find extraordinary the more they looked at him. His clothing was very strange. His hemp clothing was extremely old, and there were a few small holes on it. He wore a pair of simple straw sandals that exposed his feet. He looked like the kind of clothes that the poorest commoners would wear. If he walked among the common people, no one would think that he was an expert of the earthly sovereign realm. Instead, they would think that he was an ordinary young man next door, giving people a feeling that he was approachable. But now, he was among the earthly sovereigns of various forces. His clothes seemed to be the simplest. To put it bluntly, it was the ugliest and the most tasteless. But standing here, he gave people a feeling that he was one with the world. No one dared to look down on this man who looked like a poor child. He should be the new generation's monster from the martial spirit court. He really is as strange as the rumors say. It is said that he is only 28 years old this year. His cultivation level has been cultivated by himself, and he has never taken any medicinal pills to advance. That's right. The title of First Emperor will definitely belong to him. That's right. With this monster here, the other geniuses can only serve as a foil. With the arrival of the various forces, the city began to boil because the battle of the chaotic abyss was about to begin. On this road to becoming a martial emperor, who would stand out and become the new generation's war emperor, killer emperor, and the supreme first emperor. Or perhaps some genius would die in the chaotic abyss and be buried in the abyss, forever disappearing from everyone's sight. More than 10 figures appeared in the sky above the various emperors, and they all bowed respectfully. A black-robed elder took a step forward, and a powerful aura enveloped the sky above the city. The aura formed an invisible light screen that tightly wrapped the city. This black-robed old man was a mystic, the arch-tier super-expert. The old man's eyes flashed with indifference as he said, "You are all the most outstanding emperors from all over the world. You have experienced many battles to reach this point, and you have achieved the title of 1,000 emperors. However, this is not enough to prove your strength. If you want to be famous in the central region, you need to prove your strength in the 1,000 emperors. Tenbin, the abyss of war is your path to becoming an emperor." He paused for a moment before continuing. The time limit for entering the abyss of war is 1 year. The one who finds the most emperor pills in this year will be the champion. The rest will be determined based on the number of pills you find. Once you are inside, you will not be restricted. No matter what power the others are from, you do not need to worry about them. No matter what methods you use, as long as you achieve your goal, it will be fine. Understood. Everyone replied in unison. Monarch pill? What kind of medicinal pill is that? Ling Xiao murmured in a daze. Boss, you don't even know what a monarch pill is? Yi Yunfeng asked curiously. Ling Xiao shook his head. He only knew that there was a type of 7th-level mystic, the arch pill, but he did not know if this monarch pill was that elixir. Yi Yunfeng was a little speechless. He immediately explained, "The monarch pill is the dantian left behind by the mystic the arch after his death. It is called the monarch pill. Countless mystic thearchs from the 4 great empires have died in the abyss of war. Naturally, there will be monarch pills hidden here. We just need to collect these monarch pills. However, I have heard that there are vengeful spirits, remnant spirits, and even the obsessions of the previous almighty beings. Therefore, it is not easy to collect these monarch pills. Even if we collect the monarch pills, whether we can protect them or not depends on our own abilities." Ling Xiao finally understood. He finally knew that these monarch pills were formed from the dantian of the mystic the arch after his death. Listening to Yi Yunfeng's last words, the most worrisome thing was not the dangers in the abyss of war. Instead, it was the other emperors who had entered the abyss of war with them. After all, fighting for monarch pills was the fastest way to earn money. At the same time, Ling Xiao also remembered what this monarch pill was. The 7th level Mystic the Arch Pill was a heaven-defying pill that could allow a peak heavenly venerable to break through to the Arch tier. However, after consuming the Mystic the Arch Pill, the chances of breaking through would only increase by 30%. However, if the Monarch Pill was added during the refinement of the Mystic the Arch Pill, the Mystic the Arch Pill would be upgraded to a Supreme Grade Mystic the Arch Pill. The Supreme Grade Mystic the Arch Pill was a top-notch 7th level pill. It could allow a peak heavenly venerable to break through to the Arch tier. If the Arch tier expert consumed the Supreme Grade Mystic the Arch Pill, they could use it to increase their strength by another level. In other words, the Supreme Grade Mystic the Arch Pill was an enhanced version of the Mystic the Arch Pill. However, the effects were several times stronger than the Mystic the Arch Pill. After all, every the Arch Pill was not easy to find. The place where every Mystic the Arch died was a mystic realm. The Abyss of War was the place where the 4 earthly sovereigns and many other almighty experts had fallen 100,000 years ago. That was also the most prosperous era in the central region. The Arch tier experts were not as rare as they were now. Therefore, there had always been a lot of Monarch pills in the Abyss of War. These Monarch pills were things that many powerful forces needed. Therefore, it was indeed the best place for them to compete in the Imperial List tournament. Alright, that's all that needs to be said. Everything will depend on your luck. Those who can come out of the Abyss of War alive will be rewarded according to the number of Monarch pills you offer. At the same time, you will also be qualified to join the various forces. Now head to the Abyss of War. The Arch tier old man finished his last sentence and took the lead to fly out of the ruined city towards the east. Swoosh! Waves of energy soared into the sky. The aura of 1,000 earthly sovereigns caused the air above the ruined city to flutter. All of them stopped at a desolate place not too far away from the ruined city. The black-robed old man nodded to the dozen quasi-emperors behind him, and then he shouted, "Everyone, attack with me!" As soon as he finished speaking, he created a large world, and it dyed the sky azure. Moreover, numerous water attribute spirit beasts appeared in the sky, and they roared as they charged towards the sky. The numerous quasi-emperors behind him exerted their strength at the same time, and strands of terrifying energy charged towards the sky. Rumble! In just a short moment, the sky was blasted into a dazzling screen of light by the multicolored ball of energy. Under the continuous bombardment, a spatial rift gradually appeared in midair, and the vast and desolate scene within the rift was gradually revealed. It was a deathly silent place, and gloomy and cold winds were blowing incessantly. It gave off a feeling of fear even though it wasn't cold. The black-robed old man's voice resounded faintly. "What are you waiting for? Go in." As soon as he finished speaking, 1,000 earthly sovereigns flew into the spatial rift like a swarm of locusts. Once all of them entered the rift, the old man and the quasi-emperors withdrew their energy at the same time. Huff! The old men heaved heavy sighs of relief, based on the fine sweat that covered their foreheads. It was obvious that opening that spatial rift had consumed an enormous amount of energy. Disperse. We'll meet again in a year. The black-robed old man wiped off the fine sweat on his forehead as well, and then he vanished on the spot after he spoke faintly. After that, the old men with cultivations at the quasi-emperor realm left successively as well. Within the sealed space was a place that was even more desolate than the outside world. However, this desolate place was extremely vast, and it was impossible to see the end when looked at from afar. It was like another world of its own. There were countless colored human bones amidst the flying sand and rocks. Besides that, there were numerous extremely enormous skeletons of spirit beasts, and they hadn't been corroded by the waves of cold winds here. The bones that were scattered all over the place formed a vast expanse of white. When everyone landed, they all shrunk their necks. The strong cold winds made them feel uncomfortable, and when they looked at the world of bones in front of them, they felt their scalps go numb. Amidst the skeletons, there were also countless broken weapons. It was obvious that this place was the remains of an earth-shattering battle. These are all Emperor Realm bones, and every one of them was at least at the earthly sovereign realm. Looking at these bones, at least hundreds of thousands of people died. This is the grand scene of the 4 great empires in the ancient times. The number of earthly sovereigns here is too terrifying. This is only the periphery of the chaotic abyss of war. The real battlefield is in the depths. No wonder the four great empires declined after the battle of the chaotic abyss of war. It seems like most of the elites were annihilated here. Everyone looked at the sea of bones and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Suddenly, the sound of a cold wind could be heard. The sound of the wind seemed to contain a demonic sound that could invade people's hearts, causing everyone to fall into a shocking and wondrous scene. The terrifying scene of horses and beasts galloping and the endless chaos of war resounded in their minds. The people from all four sides let out earth-shattering sounds of war drums and horns. Hundreds of thousands of earthly sovereigns displayed their respective prowess, and each of them were like monsters with bloodshot eyes, constantly tearing apart their opponents and killing them with all their might. Broken limbs and internal organs were constantly splattered, appearing abnormally disgusting and bloody. Many world-destroying powers blasted the mountains and forests in this part of the world into smithereens. The chaos lasted for more than half a year. Everyone fought to the last bit of their strength, until they died of exhaustion. After the battle, only the leaders remained standing, holding on to the flagpole and not falling, leaving behind four lonely and desolate figures that were revered by the later generations. This part of the world had also become a sea of corpses. The countless blood converged into a river of blood, appearing incomparably stinky and terrifying. Thousands of earthly sovereigns felt this terrifying scene. Many of them who weren't mentally strong enough fainted on the spot, and many female earthly sovereigns vomited on the spot. Most of them were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat, and their faces became incomparably pale. Only a few strong-willed people remained calm, as if they were ignoring the scene. Chapter 6:13. When the scenes of battle disappeared, no one was in a hurry to find the Emperor pills. They had to readjust their state of mind before they could continue their journey. However, there were a few people who were determined enough to take the first step. Ling Xiao patted Yi Yunfeng, who was sweating profusely, and said, "If your heart is as clear as ice, you won't be shaken even if the sky collapses. Don't let the demons in your heart bother you. This is just an illusion from back then." Yi Yunfeng wiped the sweat from his forehead and swallowed. How terrifying! Hundreds of thousands of earthly emperors died just like that. A general success is built on 10,000 corpses. They all fought for their country and died a worthy death. Ling Xiao sighed. Then he pulled out a bottle of medicine and handed it to Yi Yunfeng. "This is an illusion-dispelling potion. If you rub it on your eyes, you'll be able to see through all illusions." "Hallucination potion, boss. You actually have such a good thing." Yi Yunfeng revealed a look of joy. This hallucination potion was rare even in the central region. Yi Yunfeng didn't expect Ling Xiao to have it. With it, they could avoid many dangers here. Ling Xiao smiled but didn't explain. He threw a pair of boots in front of Yi Yunfeng. "The wind boots can increase your speed by 2 or 3 times. You're too weak. If you don't have any life-saving methods, you'll really stay here forever." The wind boots were now in Ling Xiao's hands and couldn't display its power, but to Yi Yunfeng, it couldn't be any better. Yi Yunfeng understood Ling Xiao's generous personality, so he didn't stand on ceremony and kept the boots. "There are countless dangers here. Whether you can survive or not depends on you. Don't let me down," Ling Xiao said solemnly to Yi Yunfeng. "Don't worry, boss. This time I won't embarrass you again." Yi Yunfeng nodded heavily in response. "All right, let's part ways here. I hope you can enter the list in a year's time." Ling Xiao replied and wanted to leave the Sea of Bones. After all, this was a place of life and death for Earth sovereigns, and it was the outermost battlefield. It was impossible for there to be sovereign pills here. Even if there were, they would have been taken away by the previous Earth sovereigns. However, just as Ling Xiao and Yi Yunfeng separated, several earthly sovereign realm experts blocked Ling Xiao's way. "Ling Xiao, it's time to settle our scores." Wan Yenshu clenched his fist and shouted at Ling Xiao. His voice was so loud that many people heard it. "Xiao, he's here too?" The woman in white clothes on the Feng clan's side was surprised. Then, she hurriedly came back to her senses and looked for Ling Xiao's back. Sure enough, The tall and slender figure not far away was so dazzling. The lady in white wanted to rush towards Ling Xiao, but Feng Wuying blocked her and said, "Why? Cousin Xian knows that person? He is my husband." The woman in white said very straightforwardly. As soon as she said this, the expressions of the young people from the surrounding forces became unnatural. The woman in white was Ji Beixin, who was accepted as the successor of the Feng clan's aunt. Now, her aura had risen to the next level, and her strength had advanced from the mid-stage king rank to the mid-stage earth monarch realm. "Sister Xian, don't be hasty. Let's see what's going on first." Feng Yaxin held Ji Beixin's hand and said. Ji Beixin looked at Feng Yaxin and hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She looked at Ling Xiao with infinite affection. After not seeing each other for 2 years, she missed Ling Xiao even more. She truly never imagined that Ling Xiao would actually come to participate in the imperial rankings competition, and this caused her to be incomparably happy in her heart. She really wanted to rush up and throw herself into his embrace, and properly suck him in so as to resolve the feelings of longing she'd felt during these 2 years. "Brother Wanyan, could it be that you've made some new allies and want to deal with me again?" Ling Xiao looked at Wanyan Shu playfully. He really couldn't understand why Wanyan Shu would be so insensible. Did he really think that he didn't dare to kill him? "Humph, Ling Xiao, you killed my allies and now you want to harm me. Today, I'm going to seek justice." Wanyan Shu snorted coldly. Before this, he had recruited a few helpers with great difficulty, but they had all been killed by Ling Xiao. In the end, he had almost died to the hairy arrow centipede. He really couldn't take this lying down. "Haha. Looks like letting you go was quite a big mistake." Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a formless killing intent blossomed from him. "And here I was wondering what kind of powerful expert it was. So it's just a piece of trash at the intermediate earthly sovereign realm. Cousin, you can't even deal with trash like that, yet you still have the nerve to ask for my help?" A man in the attire of an alchemist slowly walked out from behind Wanyan Shu. His face was filled with extreme arrogance. This person was Wanyan Shu's cousin, Huafeng. At the same time, he was also one of the true disciples of the medicine school and possessed the strength of a peak earthly sovereign. Ling Xiao sized up this fellow who had suddenly appeared and discovered that he was actually from the medicine school. He couldn't help but feel somewhat astonished. No wonder Wanyan Shu dared to come looking for trouble. It turns out that he's found a heavyweight helper. "Cousin, don't be fooled by his strength at the intermediate earthly sovereign realm. He's pretty tough," Wanyan Shu said. Huafeng snorted disapprovingly. He then stared at Ling Xiao and said, "I'm a very benevolent person. Cripple your own Dantian as punishment for offending my cousin. Let's just forget about this matter." As an outstanding disciple of the medicine school, Huafeng naturally had a sense of superiority. He didn't believe that the intermediate earthly sovereign in front of him would dare to offend him. Due to Huafeng's appearance, most of the earthly sovereigns weren't in a hurry to search for the emperor pill. Instead, they stayed behind to watch the show. Ling Xiao rubbed his chin and said with an incomparably playful expression, "I'm also a very benevolent person. Your cousin has caused trouble for me time and time again, so I'll take his life. Since you're a disciple of the medicine school, I won't bother with you." Ling Xiao couldn't help but think of the alchemy technique he had obtained from the secret realm under the desolate mountain range. He now felt that this alchemy technique should have come from the famous medicine school of the central region. However, he didn't know how the deceased earthly sovereign had obtained such an important technique. However, he had no way of verifying this matter. Since he had obtained the alchemy technique from the medicine school, he still felt some gratitude towards the medicine school. Thus, he decided to not bother with the arrogant Huafeng. Although Ling Xiao didn't want to bother with him, Huafeng didn't think the same way. When he heard Ling Xiao's words, he immediately laughed out loud. "Good boy, you have guts. Since that's the case, then go to hell." A thick killing intent flashed through Huafeng's eyes. He was a dignified disciple of the medicine school. If he were to be humiliated in front of so many earthly sovereigns, then the reputation of the medicine school would be tarnished. A strange green flame appeared on one of Huafeng's palms. The flame condensed into the shape of a green wolf in midair and pounced towards Ling Xiao. This is probably a type of strange beast's fire seed. This power is indeed much stronger than ordinary flames. Although Ling Xiao's strength isn't bad, I'm afraid that he will die prematurely after offending the medicine school. That's right. The medicine school has always been low-key, but once something happens, they are very united. Even the other great powers don't want to provoke the medicine school. The Wanyan family really does have some relationship with the medicine school. You want to fight me with fire? A sneer appeared on Ling Xiao's face, and a blue flame quietly appeared in his hand. The scorching energy seemed to burn the surrounding air as it emitted a sizzling sound. Just as the green wolf was about to bite Ling Xiao lightly threw the flame in his hand at the green wolf. The blue flame was directly swallowed into the green wolf's stomach, and it seemed to have no effect at all. Reckless thing, Huafeng said with extreme disdain. Who knew that when the green wolf was about to approach Ling Xiao, it would be swallowed up by the powerful blue flame that erupted from within and disappear without a trace in the blink of an eye. There's something strange about this guy's flame. Hua Hao, who was nearby, narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, I sensed it too. It seems to be earth fire, and it might even be stronger than earth fire. Hua Xiangming said with a serious expression. Are you serious? Hua Hao's expression changed as he asked. It's just a feeling. Let's take a look first. Hua Xiangming also didn't dare to be too sure. You have some ability. No wonder you're so arrogant. But don't think that you'll be safe just like that. Huafeng narrowed his eyes and indifferently said. This time, 5 green wolves appeared. They looked very agile and ferocious, and their flames caused the surrounding area to heat up. The 5 green wolves howled in the air and lunged at Ling Xiao at the same time. The flames were so strong that it was terrifying to look at. The people around Ling Xiao quickly retreated far away, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Just as the 5 green wolves were about to bite Ling Xiao didn't retaliate at all. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The 5 green wolves fiercely smashed into the ground where Ling Xiao was, and the intense flames burned everything within a 10-meter radius. He died just like that? How boring. Huafeng couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when he saw that there was no one around Ling Xiao. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would die just like that. Unexpectedly, there was a faint sound of wind beside him. He quickly went to take a look. He didn't know when, but Ling Xiao had already appeared behind him and was attacking Wan Yenshu. Cousin, watch out! Huafeng exclaimed. Wan Yenshu and the earthly sovereign realm experts around him didn't need Huafeng's reminder to feel Ling Xiao's attack. Let's kill him together, Wan Yenshu shouted. A low-tier 7th grade spiritual weapon appeared in his hand, and he blasted it at Ling Xiao. The earthly sovereign realm experts around him all used their strongest moves at the same time in an attempt to kill Ling Xiao. Humph! No one can save you this time. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. His entire body was covered in 5-colored dragon-scale armor. He ignored everyone's attacks and raised his speed to the extreme. A golden claw grabbed at Wan Yenshu's throat. What a fast speed! Everyone cried out in surprise. Before the attacks could land on Ling Xiao, he used his lightning-fast speed to bypass Wan Yenshu's attack and grab his throat. The earthly sovereign realm experts around Wan Yenshu had no choice but to withdraw their attacks. Ling Xiao had a death grip on Wan Yenshu's throat. Wan Yenshu didn't dare to act rashly. He could feel Ling Xiao's strong killing intent, and his legs began to turn to jelly. He was filled with regret. Why did he provoke this fiend again? Huafeng stared coldly at Ling Xiao and said, Let him go, or you will regret being born into this world. Chapter 6:14. You, let me go. My cousin is the medicine sect's true disciple, Wan Yenshu said with difficulty as his neck turned red. Ling Xiao sneered, If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I'll pay them back tenfold. Wan Yenshu, I let you off for Gu Jiaojiao's sake, but now you've brought people here to take revenge. I can only vent my anger if I don't kill you. If you dare to kill him, You'll be the medicine sect's mortal enemy. Huafeng immediately roared when he sensed Ling Zhao's killing intent. If you can represent the medicine sect, then I don't care. Ling Xiao said faintly as he exerted force from his palm. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking was heard as Wan Yenshu's neck was immediately broken by Ling Xiao. Silence! Everyone present fell into silence as they looked at the lifeless Wan Yenshu in Ling Zhao's hands and gulped. They never thought that Ling Xiao would be so courageous as to kill his cousin in front of Huafeng, a true disciple of the medicine sect. It should be known that no one dared to provoke the 18 great forces no matter where they went. Wan Yenshu was from a great family that was comparable to a fourth-rank aristocratic family and was inextricably linked to the medicine sect. With these connections, no one thought that anyone would dare to kill Wan Yenshu other than the 18 great forces present. However, the truth was right in front of them, so they had to believe it. How dare you? You've dared to humiliate me for so many years. Die! Huafeng exploded with towering anger as his entire body was engulfed in a thick green flame. Wisps of green flames emerged from his body and eventually formed into ferocious green snakes. Countless green snakes seemed to emerge from Huafeng's body, and Huafeng had turned into a snake king, looking incomparably terrifying. The surrounding people were amazed when they saw this scene. They all knew that the alchemist was very skilled in controlling fire, but they never thought that Huafeng would be able to do this. 10,000 snake bite. Huafeng roared as his body shook and a powerful aura locked onto Ling Xiao. Countless green snakes rushed towards Ling Xiao. Let's see how you dodge this time. After controlling all the green snakes, Huafeng pounced towards Ling Xiao. At the same time, a pair of flaming palms shot out, one mysterious palm silhouette after another. Snake palm. Faced with 2 layers of attacks, Ling Zhao's expression turned cold. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Don't blame me for being impolite. Ling Xiao didn't plan on backing down. He had to make Huafeng realize the disparity between them. Otherwise, when would this fight end? He had a plan in mind. His powerful aura suddenly rose up, and a terrifying blue flame instantly rose up. These flames didn't need to be controlled by Ling Xiao. They automatically swallowed the green snakes that were attacking him. The fourth move of the firmament expelling palm. Expelling clouds and overturning seas. Ling Xiao shouted and directly ignored the green snake flame. This kind of beast flame could not cause any harm to him. A powerful gust of wind collided with Huafeng's snake-shaped palm. Bang! The two of them continued to bombard each other. Palm shadows that blotted out the sky and covered the earth collided with each other in midair. Streams of flames incessantly surged, and a series of muffled collision sounds rang out in midair. The surrounding people had no choice but to retreat far away. How can the palm strength of a middle-stage Earth Emperor be so strong? Huafeng revealed a dignified expression and thought. Now that he had used 10% of his strength, he was confident that he could blast Ling Xiao down. However, his opponent's spiritual energy seemed endless. Not only was it strong, but it also faintly suppressed him. Both of his palms were shaken to the point of numbness. What he didn't know was that Ling Xiao was only using 50% of his strength. He didn't want to reveal his true strength. Otherwise, no one would come to rob him inside. If others knew Ling Xiao's thoughts, they would probably vomit blood in anger. He actually wanted to wait for someone to rob him. Was his brain fried? Those who were familiar with Ling Xiao naturally knew what he was planning. Bastard! You forced me to do this. Huafeng gradually felt that he couldn't hold on any longer. He gritted his teeth and finally prepared to use his strongest attack. Huafeng's palm pushed Ling Xiao back dozens of meters. A ball of green flames rose once again, and Huafeng's clothes were directly torn apart. His naked body gradually became covered in green fire scales, and even his eyes turned green. A power comparable to a demi-venerable shook the surroundings. The expressions of the surrounding emperors changed greatly. They suddenly felt that Huafeng's strength was increasing by several times. This strength had far exceeded the scope of their imagination. What a terrifying aura! It's even more terrifying than a demi-venerable. It's already infinitely close to the power of a heavenly venerable. The true disciple of the Medicine Gate truly lives up to his name. I'm afraid that this is the end for Ling Xiao. That's hard to say. Before, Ling Xiao only used the metal element, but now he actually used the fire element. He must have his own trump card. I'm sure that we won't know who will emerge victorious until the very end. However, it's not easy to force a Medicine Gate disciple to this extent with the strength of a mid-level Earth Emperor. Huofeng is actually being forced into such a difficult situation. That mid-level Earth Emperor is quite capable. Hua Hao of the Medicine Gate commented as he watched the two fight. Huofeng is very annoying. The principle of the sect is to prevent us from fighting with others, but he always uses the name of the Medicine Gate to show off. It's as if he's afraid that others don't know that he's from the Medicine Gate. If he loses, our Medicine Gate's reputation will be tarnished. Hua Hao said with a shrug. There's nothing surprising about this. If he wasn't a direct descendant of the Third Elder, he would have been kicked out of the Medicine Gate long ago. This time, I didn't agree with bringing him here, but since the Third Elder has stepped in, it's not good for him to lose face, Huo Xiangming said with a frown. Forget it. If he really loses, I'll definitely report the truth when I return to the sect. He'll naturally be punished when he returns, Huo Xiangming said. In midair, the green flames were constantly surging. Huofeng had already turned into a green flaming man. His appearance had become extremely malevolent, and his aura had reached its peak. Hey, your strength isn't bad. You're actually close to a heavenly venerable, but that's still not enough. Ling Xiao sneered. He did not choose to take advantage of this opportunity to attack. Instead, he wanted to wait for Huofeng's true strength to arrive. He wanted to see just how capable this true disciple of the Medicine Gate was. Bastard. You should be proud that you can die under the fiery beast transformation art. Huofeng seemed to have transformed into a spirit beast, and his voice had become hoarse. Then, he slowly raised his palm, and a giant hand covered in green scales instantly grabbed at Ling Xiao. This giant hand with green scales was like the claw of a giant beast. It was extremely fast and very fierce, and wisps of green flames constantly overflowed from it. Ling Xiao did not even think about it and immediately dodged it. Huofeng's face flashed a cold smile, and he quickly raised his other hand. Another giant hand fiercely grabbed at Ling Xiao. This giant hand was the real deal. Ling Xiao was like a monkey being firmly grabbed by a giant beast, and it was difficult for him to struggle free. The green flames incessantly burned Ling Xiao. If it had been an ordinary earthly sovereign, they would have been quickly burned to death by this intense and high temperature. However, Ling Xiao was almost immune to flames other than the heavenly fire. These green flames could not harm Ling Xiao's body at all. Haha, my strength is comparable to that of a heavenly venerable rank cultivator. No one under the earthly sovereign rank can escape. Die! Huofeng revealed a ferocious smile, and his other hand turned into a giant fist that slammed heavily towards Ling Xiao's head. The power of the fiery fist was comparable to an attack from a low-level heavenly venerable rank cultivator. The raging flames caused the surrounding earthly sovereigns to cry out involuntarily. Their faces were filled with fear, and they all thought to themselves, "The disciples of the medicine school are truly terrifying. Do you think you can trap me with a mere beast fire? How naive." Just as the fiery fist was about to land on Ling Xiao's head, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with disdain. At the same time, blue flames quietly overflowed from his body, and the giant green hand that was trapping him was gradually devoured by the blue flames. What kind of fire is this blue flame? Could it be earthly fire? Huofeng also sensed the blue flames coming from Ling Xiao, and a look of extreme greed appeared on his face. To any alchemist, a high-grade flame was a treasure that they could only dream of obtaining. As a disciple of the medicine school, Huofeng naturally desired to obtain a higher-grade flame. The blue flames that Ling Xiao had displayed were clearly of a higher grade than his own beast fire, so it would be strange if he did not covet them. I can't let this kid leave alive. Huofeng made up his mind, and a green flaming sword immediately appeared in his hand. Just as Ling Xiao broke free from the giant hand's trapping hold, the fiery fist was already upon him. Ling Xiao raised his palm, and a powerful blue flame directly pierced through the fiery fist. Swish! Just as Ling Xiao was temporarily out of danger, a wave of tyrannical sword energy flooded towards him. Even with the protection of the five-colored dragon scale armor, the powerful sword energy was extremely painful to deal with. A high-grade spirit weapon, Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart, and his figure began to retreat at full speed. Sword devouring astral energy. Huafeng swore to kill Ling Xiao no matter what. Streaks of green sword energy constantly pursued Ling Xiao with a terrifying sword energy. The sword energy constantly exploded in mid-air, and the terrifying destructive power shocked everyone present. Damn it! Don't blame me if you're courting death. Ling Xiao was furious. He had repeatedly retreated, but unexpectedly, this guy did not know what was good for him. Ling Xiao's body was filled with a powerful aura, and his figure was like a ghost, leaving a series of afterimages in mid-air. The afterimages were so fast that it was dazzling to the eyes. Huafeng's eyelids twitched. Wave after wave of powerful sword energy continuously destroyed the afterimages, but he was unable to capture Ling Xiao's real body. I can only summon my spiritual beast. Huafeng knew that it would be difficult for him to harm Ling Xiao with his own strength, so he prepared to summon his protective spiritual beast. However, a powerful golden fist had already landed heavily on his back. Bang bang! Who asked you to be so arrogant? This young master will beat you until even your mother can't recognize you. Ling Xiao was not afraid of losing. His entire body was like a goshawk pouncing on a rabbit, and a series of afterimages of his fists bombarded Huafeng's face that deserved a beating. Chapter 6:15. In the chaotic war abyss of bones, a chilly wind blew past, causing people to feel cold. In the sky above the sea of bones, a series of muffled bangs resounded through the clouds. One could only see a figure chasing after another figure, continuously attacking. The most eye-catching thing was that the figure was attacking the face of the person being attacked. This was purely destroying the person's face. Those who didn't know would think that the person was jealous of the other person's handsome face. Bastard! I want you dead! Although Huafeng was beaten senseless, Ling Xiao didn't kill him, so he was still able to maintain some consciousness. He forced out the aura in his body, and a ball of green flame that was even more intense than before drilled out from his pores. That green flame seemed to have a mind of its own and instantly wrapped around Ling Xiao. This ball of flame was Huafeng's beast fire seed. It seemed that even if Huafeng had to suffer serious injuries, he still wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The power of the beast fire seed was countless times stronger than ordinary flames. Only those rank 6 and above fire attribute beasts could nurture a beast fire seed. Although it couldn't compare to earth fire or sky fire, its power couldn't be underestimated. It must be known that ordinary heavenly venerables wouldn't be able to use special methods to forcefully devour this beast fire seed. Now that Huafeng had used the beast fire seed to burn Ling Xiao, he was already staking it all on this one throw. He didn't care how strong Ling Xiao was, but against his violent beast fire seed, he was afraid that Ling Xiao would fall. All the green flames wrapped around Ling Xiao and burned him. That scorching energy was shocking. Even an ordinary Shen artifact would be refined in less than 2 hours under this beast fire. However, he had forgotten a very important point. Ling Xiao had a higher level beast fire seed than him. Could his beast fire seed cause any harm to Ling Xiao? That was obviously impossible. This fire is not bad. I can use it to replenish the blue demon fire bead. Ling Xiao, who was engulfed by the cyan flames, revealed a serious smile. The blue demon fire bead in his sea of consciousness released a dazzling radiance, and streams of blue flames spread out from every part of Ling Xiao's body. When the blue flames reached Ling Xiao's body, the blue flames devoured the green flames like a wolf pouncing on a rabbit. In just a moment, the green flames around Ling Xiao had weakened by more than half. The beast fire spark seemed to be aware of the crisis and quickly converged its energy, fleeing from Ling Xiao's surroundings. Huafeng, who had already been beaten into a pig's head by Ling Xiao, was shocked when he saw this scene. How could I have forgotten that this kid has a high-grade kindling? Get back here. Huafeng didn't want his fire seed to be devoured by Ling Xiao, so he hurriedly used his consciousness to control the fire seed to return to his body. "Hey, since you're out, do you think I'll let you escape?" Ling Xiao sneered as his palms quickly changed. Several blue flames surged towards the beast fire from all directions. "Bastard! If you dare to devour my beast fire, our medicine gate will not rest until you're dead." Huafeng roared as he continuously formed hand seals, speeding up the summoning of the fire seed. Unfortunately, the blue demon flame didn't even want to give up on the meat that was already in its mouth. It didn't need Ling Xiao to control it. It sped up, and several blue flames wrapped around the cyan flame in the shape of a spirit beast. Whoosh! After the blue flames wrapped around the green flames, they instantly retracted towards Ling Xiao. "Bastard! I'll kill you." Huafeng was furious. The green flame sword in his hand blasted out a terrifying sword chi that seemed as if it wanted to tear the heavens and split the earth. The overwhelming sword chi formed different spirit beasts that roared as they charged towards Ling Xiao. It seemed as if they wanted to tear Ling Xiao into pieces. Ling Xiao didn't have time to care about Huafeng's rage. He opened his mouth and sucked in the green flames that were wrapped in the blue flames. "Without the beast fire, your attack is much weaker." Ling Xiao swallowed the fire seed and his tiger eyes shone with a ferocious light. His figure began to move. Ling Xiao met the fire-colored sword chi head-on. His palms shot out a series of rapid palm shadows. Firmament palm third style. Overturning clouds and overturning rain. Countless palm shadows tore apart the sword chi with a strong gust of wind. Ling Xiao charged through the sword chi, and the palm shadows swept towards Huafeng with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Bang! Bang! Huafeng was hit by a series of palm winds from Ling Xiao and was sent flying. Thick blood splattered all over the place. Ling Xiao didn't continue to pursue him. Instead, he looked coldly at Huafeng, who had fallen into the sea of bones. Huafeng was actually defeated. Moreover, he lost so miserably. He didn't even manage to hurt him. What kind of divine god is Ling Xiao? He can even devour the beast fire. Could his blue flame be an earth fire? No matter what, he injured someone from the medicine gate. I'm afraid that the medicine gate won't let this matter rest. Fortunately, he didn't kill Huafeng. There might be a chance to alleviate the situation. Swish! Swish! Several figures quickly flew out from the crowd towards Huafeng. Senior Huafeng is only seriously injured. He's not dead yet. A medicine gate disciple called out to Hua Hao, who was leading the group. Hua Hao nodded and muttered to himself, "What a troublemaker!" A beautiful figure beside Hua Hao leaped into the air. "How dare you injure someone from my medicine gate? Watch me teach you a lesson." Hua Xiangming shouted and formed different hand seals, preparing to attack Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sized up this sexy beauty and faintly said, "Could it be that only people from your medicine gate are allowed to bully others?" "You're right. It has always been our medicine gate who bullies others." Hua Xiangming replied somewhat unreasonably. At the same time, she also launched her attack. He saw that Hua Xiangming had used a dark red flame, which was also much stronger than ordinary flames. From the looks of it, it seemed to be even more tyrannical than Huafeng's beast fire. What Hua Xiangming controlled was a flaming whip. The flaming whip was as agile as a spirit snake, and its energy was equally explosive. "Go!" Hua Xiangming shouted, and countless spirit snakes flooded towards Ling Xiao from all directions. Actually, Hua Xiangming didn't want to attack Ling Xiao, but this matter concerned the face of their medicine gate, so she had no choice but to make a move. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to extinguish these flames, an energy that carried a strong cold wind came from another direction. Ling Xiao instantly became vigilant. He thought that someone was ambushing him from another direction. Just as Ling Xiao was about to attack, he saw a familiar figure. He immediately smiled and relaxed all of his vigilance. This girl's strength is improving really fast. She's about to surpass my husband. Ling Xiao protected his chest with both hands and directly ignored Hua Xiangming's attack as he muttered, "Rumble." The flame spirit snake was directly shaken away by a powerful wind baleful chi. When it disappeared, Hua Xiangming glared at the person who suddenly attacked and shouted, "You actually dare to meddle in my medicine gate's business? Are you tired of living?" The snow-white figure steadily landed in the air with a zither in front of her chest. She looked at Hua Xiangming and said, "You want to deal with my husband? Do you think it has nothing to do with me? Who else could this woman in white be other than Ji Beixin? He's your husband?" Hua Xiangming was stunned for a moment before asking. She had seen this woman before. She seemed to be from the Feng clan. Although their medicine gate was not afraid of the Feng clan, they still had to be clear. "That's right. He is my husband." Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes were filled with determination as she replied. After hearing Ji Beixin's confirmation, all the emperors below were in an uproar. Many of the disciples of the Feng clan had ugly expressions on their faces. Obviously, they were unhappy with Ji Beixin's attitude. However, they were not unhappy with Ji Beixin, but with her so-called husband. Feng Wuxia took a sip of wine and swept his gaze towards Ling Xiao. He then asked Feng Yaxin, "Is he the Ling Xiao who broke into our Feng clan alone?" Feng Yaxin nodded lightly and looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated expression. "That's right. It's him. I didn't expect that in just 2 years he would advance so much." When she first saw Ling Xiao, he was only a low-level Earth Emperor. However, after 2 years, Ling Xiao had already reached the mid-level Earth Emperor realm, advancing once every 2 years. If he didn't take any pills, this speed was extremely rare. In these 2 years, she had only reached the peak of the Earth Emperor realm from the high-level Earth Emperor realm. This had something to do with the resources provided by her clan. Ling Xiao seemed to only come from the northwest and did not have any backing. Being able to reach this step already made her look at him in a new light. Back then, when Ling Xiao was only a low-level Earth Emperor, he dared to talk back to the Feng clan's patriarch, who was also her father. Now that his strength had improved greatly, it was not surprising that he did not put the medicine sect in his eyes. What a fearless person. I really admire him a little. Feng Yaxin thought to herself. I don't care if he is your husband or not. He injured someone from our medicine sect. I have to seek justice for him. Get out of the way, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Hua Xiangming glared at Ji Beixin with slight anger. Whoever dares to hurt my husband, I swear to kill them. Ji Beixin frowned slightly and placed a guqin in front of her chest, as if she was going to fight to the death. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and thought to himself, this girl has changed a lot. He flew to Ji Beixin's side and patted her shoulder. How can there be a woman protecting a man? Aren't you letting others think that I'm a freeloader? You go to the side first, I'll settle this matter for your husband. Then we'll have a good time together. Ji Beixin looked at Ling Xiao from the side, her exquisite face revealing a smile that could topple cities. Laugh. My current strength is not much weaker than yours. I can also fight side by side with you. Ling Xiao caressed her hair and said, I can feel it. Don't worry. There's nothing that your husband can't solve. And Ji Beixin felt a sweetness in her heart and replied softly. Like a little woman, she retreated to Ling Xiao's side. Have you had enough love? If you have enough, then die. Hua Xiangming looked at Ling Xiao and Ji Beixin's display of affection and was extremely angry in her heart. She shouted and prepared to attack again. A gust of wind blew and a confident figure appeared in the air. Miss Hua, brother Hua Hao, give me some face and let this matter go. How about it? The person who appeared in the air was Feng Wuxia from the Feng clan. So it's brother Wuxia. I'm afraid this matter will be a bit difficult. A fiery figure quickly rushed in front of Feng Wuxia and replied indifferently. Then what do you think will make you let this matter go? Feng Wuxia drank a mouthful of wine and asked indifferently. Chapter 6:16. In the sky above the Sea of Bones, the people from the medicine sect, Hua Hao, and Hua Xiangming were all standing on one side, while Feng Wuxia and the disciples of the Feng clan were also standing on the other side. It was obvious that the people on both sides were nervous, afraid that a great battle would break out at any moment. As for the person in question, Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered with them. He heartlessly pulled Ji Beixin down. Big brother, that guy actually left? Hua Xiangming had been staring at Ling Xiao the entire time. Seeing that he had actually ignored their existence, he immediately said to Hua Hao, "Brother Wuying, it seems like he didn't appreciate your kindness." Hua Hao glanced in Ling Xiao's direction and said indifferently. Feng Wuying spread out his hands and said, "No matter what, since he is my cousin's husband, this matter cannot be separated from our Feng clan. I hope Brother Hua Hao can forgive us." When they came to participate in the Imperial ranking tournament, their Aunt Feng had already ordered them to protect Ji Beixin no matter what. So Feng Wuying had no choice but to come forward and negotiate with the medicine sect. To be honest, with their Feng clan's strength, there was no benefit in provoking the medicine sect. Moreover, the medicine sect was much stronger than them. No matter what, he has to give our medicine sect an explanation. If we let him leave just like that, where will our medicine sect's face be? Hua Xiangming shouted. All great sects paid attention to their face. A member of their medicine sect had been injured in front of so many people. If they didn't get back some face, it would damage their medicine sect's reputation in the future. Ling Xiao, who had landed on the ground, sighed. "Exeter, wait for me here. There are some things that I should settle first. I don't want to owe others a favor." Ji Beixin nodded her head lightly and said, Be careful." Ling Xiao kicked with one foot and quickly returned to the air. "What do you want me to say?" Ling Xiao calmly looked at the people from the medicine sect and said indifferently, "Seeing that you didn't kill anyone from my medicine sect, you cut off one of your arms." Hua Xiangming hesitated for a moment before saying, "Ha ha." Ling Xiao suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed, then looked at Fire Incense Ming and said, "For such a handsome man like this young master to become a one-armed man, this is a big spoiler." When everyone heard Ling Xiao's words, they all despised him in their hearts. What a cocky fellow! Hua Xiangming also pouted and thought to herself, "This guy is really narcissistic. How about this? I'll let you slash me once. If you can cut off my hand, then I'll admit that I'm unlucky. If you can't, then I'll let this matter go. How about it?" Ling Xiao said with a carefree smile. "What?" many earthly sovereign realm experts exclaimed. Even the disciples of other major forces were shocked. None of them had expected Ling Xiao to have the guts to take on his opponent's sword. One had to know that even an Empyrean would not dare to take on the power of a spirit artifact's sword. If a high-grade spirit artifact was used, even the Mystic Emperor would have to dodge it. "Alright, since you're so bold, if my medicine sect doesn't take it, then it would seem that we're too petty. You can take this sword from Xiangxiang." Hua Hao immediately agreed from the side. He wanted to see how this brave brat would be able to take on this sword. "Laugh, don't." Ji Beixin hurriedly flew over and shouted. She had always been very confident in Ling Xiao, but she didn't want Ling Xiao to take the risk. "Don't worry, I can still take a mere sword." Ling Xiao replied with a smile. "Alright, brother, you're to my liking. Come, I'll treat you to some wine to boost your courage." Feng Wuying's tiger eyes flashed with admiration as he spoke. He then tossed the wine jug in his hand towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced at Feng Wuying and caught the wine. He raised his head and drank a mouthful. When the strong wine rolled down his throat and into his organs, he couldn't help but exclaim heroically, "It's indeed a good wine. Come." Hua Xiangming looked at the heroic man in front of her, and her beautiful eyes flashed with an indescribable color. Many of the women below cast all sorts of admiring looks at the tall and straight figure. Gu Jiaojiao, who was in a corner, clenched her fists and muttered, "He'll definitely be fine." She didn't want to see anything happen to Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she would feel very guilty. After all, Ling Xiao's matter had started because of her. Ling Xiao slowly placed a sturdy arm in front of Hua Xiangming and said, "Even though your medicine sect is a bit unreasonable in this matter, who told you to be a big power? I, Ling Xiao, can't afford to provoke you, so I can only admit defeat. Come." Ling Xiao's words sounded a little resentful, but it made people feel that he didn't care about this sword strike at all. Hua Xiangming didn't expect that the man would still be in the mood to tease her when his arm was about to be chopped off. "Watch carefully, you asked for it," Hua Xiangming shouted as a fire sword appeared in her hand. Immediately after, The fire sword carried a surging fire as it heavily slashed towards Ling Xiao's arm. Many people were staring at this scene. They all wanted to see what kind of ability Ling Xiao had to deal with this sword strike. Clang! When the fire sword landed heavily on that sturdy arm, the sound of iron clashing rang out. Hu Xiangming stared blankly at the fire sword in her hand that had been broken into 2 pieces. Her eyes filled with disbelief. Ling Xiao withdrew his already bloody arm and cupped his hands towards Hu Xiangming and said, "Thank you for your mercy, miss." After saying that, he pulled Ji Beixin and flew to the side. He actually withstood it. Is this guy still human? I already saw how strong his body is outside the ruined city. It seems like the medicine sect also suffered a loss this time. No matter what, this Ling Xiao can be considered famous now. It's better not to provoke him when we meet. I didn't expect him to have such a relationship with the Feng clan. No wonder he dared to kill Wan Yenshu. Don't care so much. Hurry up and find the Emperor pill. 1 year's time is not long. After seeing that Ling Xiao was fine, the majority of the people finally began to fly towards the depths of the chaotic war abyss. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few dozen people left. Hu Xiangming came back to her senses and looked at Ling Xiao, who was already in a passionate relationship with another woman. She gritted her teeth and said, "Big brother, let's go as well. I'll settle the score with this guy later." Hua Hao chuckled and looked at Feng Wuying. He cupped his hands and turned around to lead the people of the medicine sect in a certain direction. Soon after, only Ling Xiao, Ji Beixin, and the people of the Feng clan were left in the Sea of Bones. What should we do now? Feng Wuying asked Feng Yaxin. Feng Yaxin spread her hands and said, "We can't just leave Sister Exine here. Then let's wait and see. You really can't stop worrying." Feng Wuying sat down on a rock and drank his wine in a carefree manner. His eyes narrowed slightly. The people of the Feng clan didn't dare to disobey Feng Wuying and Feng Yaxin's orders. On the other side, Ji Beixin pulled Ling Xiao's hand and asked worriedly, "Xiao, are you all right?" Ling Xiao patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." She really showed mercy. That's right, Hu Xiangming did show mercy. However, she didn't show mercy during the attack, but before the attack. The spiritual weapon she used wasn't a high-rank spiritual weapon, but a low-rank one. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's defense wouldn't have been able to break it. If it was a high-grade spiritual tool, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Ling Xiao didn't know if Hu Xiangming did it on purpose. Maybe she thought that a low-grade spiritual tool was enough to cut off his hand? In any case, Ling Xiao felt indebted to Hu Xiangming in his heart. "It's good that you're fine. All right, can you come with us to find the Emperor pill?" Ji Beixin relaxed and changed the topic. To be able to meet Ling Xiao here, she really didn't want to be separated from Ling Xiao anymore. These 2 years of longing had penetrated deep into her bones. Ling Xiao kissed Ji Beixin with an apologetic expression and said, "I'm sorry, Exiner, you should go with them. We can't stay together right now." Ji Beixin's beautiful eyes became misty as she said with a sobbing tone, "Why? I'm strong enough to protect myself now. I won't drag you down." When Ling Xiao first brought them to the central region, he wanted them to be able to stand on their own, so that they could protect themselves. However, Ling Xiao had been protecting them along the way. Now that she had stayed in the Feng clan for 2 years, the seal in her body had gradually been unsealed, and she had also received the guidance of the Feng clan's aunt. With her current strength, she wouldn't even be at a disadvantage against a half-venerable one, which was why she said this. Ling Xiao gently embraced Ji Beixin and said with a guilty expression, "Right now, our strength is not enough to look down on the central region, and I don't have my own territory. I don't want you to follow me everywhere, and it just so happens that you are constantly becoming stronger in the Feng clan. Before long, we will definitely be able to be together peacefully, and no one will dare to stop us. Even the Feng clan is the same." Of course, Ling Xiao didn't want Ji Beixin to leave his side, but with the current situation, staying in the Feng clan was the best choice. That place would definitely allow Ji Beixin to develop better and safer, and the people from the Feng clan would definitely not let Ji Beixin follow him. Ji Beixin's potential was definitely not something that the Feng clan could lose. Only when he was strong enough to fight against the Feng clan and had the power to protect the women by his side would he bring Ji Beixin to his side. Ji Beixin was no longer as naive as she was back then. She could feel Ling Zhao's intentions. After hesitating for a moment, she opened her arms and hugged Ling Zhao tightly. Her jade lips kissed Ling Zhao's thick lips. The Feng clan members not far away seemed to have sensed something and quickly turned their faces away. Feng Wuying, on the other hand, murmured heartlessly, "Cousin usually looks quite weak. I didn't expect her to be so passionate now. What an enviable fellow." Feng Yaxin also glanced in the direction of Ling Zhao and Ji Beixin. Her delicate face instantly turned slightly red as she thought to herself, "Could this be the taste of love? It seems like it can really make people lose their minds." After a full quarter of an hour of kissing, Ji Beixin's delicate face was completely red to the ears. At this moment, she was even more beautiful than before. She pushed Ling Zhao away and flew towards the people of the Feng clan. A sweet voice sounded in Ling Zhao's ears. "Zhao, you have to take care of yourself. Come and pick me up soon." Looking at Ji Beixin, who was leaving with the people of the Feng clan, Ling Zhao touched his lips and said with a faint smile, "This girl is quite bold. She actually dared to forcefully kiss me." Chapter 6:17. Within the abyss of war, there was a boundless sea of bones. It seemed extremely sinister and frightening. A handsome young man was sitting cross-legged on top of a bald rock, quietly cultivating. The young man's body flickered with blue flames. Many of the bones nearby were burned to ashes. Occasionally, there would be a few strands of azure flames that wanted to fly out from the blue flames. Unfortunately, they were all wrapped up by the blue flames and devoured. After an unknown period of time, the young man finally opened his tiger-like eyes. 2 rays of light suddenly burst out from his eyes, giving off an oppressive feeling without being angry. This beast fire seed is rather extraordinary. It's actually strengthened the blue demon fireball by quite a bit. The young man was none other than Ling Zhao. He gently clenched his fist as he murmured. He had been refining the beast fire seed he had absorbed from Hua Feng's body. Although heavenly flames belonged to the highest category of fire seeds, they could also continuously evolve. The prerequisite was that they needed to absorb various types of spiritual flames in the world to be useful to them. Regular flames were completely useless to them. Beast fire was nurtured by powerful spiritual beasts over a long period of time. Its energy was slightly weaker than earth fire, but it was much more powerful than regular flames. As a result, it was enough to become a part of the blue demon fireball's energy. The blue demon fireball is quite a bit larger than the innate hellwind pearl. Looks like I'll have to find some Yin wind to nourish the innate hellwind pearl. Ling Zhao murmured as he looked into his sea of consciousness. Ling Zhao stood up and looked around the sea of bones. There was no longer a single person in the vast sea of bones. Only the constant gusts of Yin wind blew past. The war between the 4 empires really is astonishing. Ling Zhao sighed heavily and walked into the sea of bones. He looked at the king bones and the huge beast bones. His face was filled with sorrow as he thought back to the illusions from before. He remembered just how intense the war was back then. Since you've all been dead for 100,000 years, you've probably reincarnated long ago. Then let me turn you all to dust. After Ling Zhao collected quite a few emperor bones of the Grand Perfection realm, he planned to completely digest these bones. With that, Ling Zhao's palms suddenly soared into 2 blue flames. He waved his hand, and the blue flames fell into the sea of bones. Sizzle! The blue flame was like a star, and under the help of the cold wind, it finally turned into a prairie fire, burning all the bones here into ashes. Just as Ling Zhao was about to soar into the sky, a thick and sticky smell of blood assailed his nostrils. Ling Zhao frowned and muttered, "Where's the smell of blood coming from?" Ling Zhao continued to search for the source of the smell. Soon after, he fixed his gaze in a certain direction, and his expression was filled with incomparable shock. That's Blood River. Ling Xiao swallowed his saliva and saw that there was actually a 2-meter-wide red river under the burnt sea of bones. Although the river wasn't wide, it was several hundred meters long. Previously, it must have been submerged by Gu Hai, but now it was burned by the demon enchantress Blue Flame. Moreover, the blood river that had long since solidified began to squirm. It looked extremely terrifying. This is the blood river where the blood of all the earthly kings converged. Ling Xiao remembered the last scene he saw in the illusion. The blood of those dead earthly kings finally flowed into a river. He really did not expect that this blood river really existed, and after so many years it actually did not evaporate. Ling Xiao soared into the sky and flew towards the squirming blood river. For some reason, he always felt that this blood river was too strange. This place had already been here for 100,000 years. It was understandable that the Emperor Bones could survive for so long, but the blood could also survive for so long. This was obviously not in line with reality. Ling Xiao stared at the blood river. He found that the blood river was actually gradually bubbling. As if the blood was boiling, more and more blood bubbles appeared. What's under the blood river? The corner of Ling Xiao's eye twitched, and a powerful spiritual force swept towards the bottom of the river. All of a sudden, Ling Xiao felt a tremendous amount of life force emanating from him. Bang! When the blood boiled to a certain degree, something seemed to drill out from the blood. Immediately after, a strong blood qi mixed with a surging life force spread out within a radius of 100 miles, and a huge red light immediately shot up into the sky. Ling Xiao stared at the blood river. His pupils shrank, and his tiger-like eyes revealed a look of surprise. In front of Ling Xiao's eyes was a strange blood-red small tree. This small tree, whether it was the stem or the leaves, all showed a crystal-clear bright red color, as if it was one with the blood river. The small tree was growing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. The blood in the blood river was constantly surging, and the blood essence was actually converging towards the small tree. Ling Xiao clearly felt a majestic blood qi constantly churning and converging nearby, and the blood in his body also felt as if it wanted to break out of his body. At this time, a green light instantly swept out from Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. An old man's figure appeared at Ling Xiao's side, and his old eyes blossomed with a bright light as he cried out in alarm. Blood! Blood essence devil tree! Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wang in astonishment. You recognize this thing? This was the first time Ling Xiao had seen such a strange spirit tree. Even the catalog of spirit herbs didn't have any records of it. It is the most evil tree spirit in the world. A devil tree that absorbs all kinds of blood essence to grow. Once it becomes a tree spirit, I'm afraid that even your human saint rank experts won't be able to deal with it, Lu Wang explained with a frown. Even saint rank experts won't be able to deal with it? Ling Xiao was horrified. He really hadn't expected this blood tree to have such power. That's right. Once it transforms into a tree spirit, it will become like a blood devil. It will look for humans and spirit beasts everywhere to absorb their blood essence and grow stronger. If no one is able to destroy it, then one day it will become a peerless demon god. Only a god will be able to destroy it. Lu Wang continued. That's amazing. Ling Xiao swallowed hard. Suddenly, Lu Wang's eyelids twitched, and he cried out in alarm. Not good. It's gathering spiritual energy. Quickly stop it. With that, Lu Wang flew towards the blood essence devil tree. At the same time, powerful tree vines scattered the blood around the blood essence devil tree. Ling Xiao immediately circulated all the spiritual energy in his body, and a suit of 5-colored dragon-scale armor covered his entire body. An ice and fire sword appeared in his hand. In the face of such an evil existence, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He felt as if his blood was slipping out of his control, and that feeling made him feel uneasy. Whoa! Damned undying tree! You dare stop me? I'll devour you! The blood tree actually transformed into a blood-colored young face that roared at Lu Wang. At the same time, it grew larger and larger, and its branches, which resembled blood snakes, grew longer and longer as they stabbed toward Lu Wang. Humph! I definitely can't let a worldly evil existence like you survive. Lu Wang coldly snorted, and a green light instantly grew larger. A verdant tree appeared in front of Ling Xiao, and vines intertwined with the blood-red tree branches. At the same time, Lu Wang cried out to Ling Xiao, "Little friend, quickly evaporate that blood. Don't let it absorb any more blood essence. Bastard, if you dare, I'll suck all of your blood essence as well." The blood tree roared. This was the blood essence that would help it condense into a true tree spirit, so it couldn't be destroyed. The blood tree constantly transformed, and a powerful suction force blossomed. The blood river that was hundreds of meters long began to churn as large amounts of blood essence gathered towards the blood tree. Lu Wang wasn't willing to be outdone. Balls of azure light flashed as countless vines wrapped around the blood tree, preventing it from absorbing the blood essence. "You're courting death, you old bastard." The blood tree raged. A young face flew out and bit towards the tree. Lu Wang reappeared with a scepter-like root in his hand. He shouted, "You haven't even completed spirit gathering yet, so how can you be my match?" The root in his hand flickered with azure light as it shot towards the blood-red face. The blood-red face was battered by the attacks, and it continued to wail. At this time, Ling Xiao had already summoned his heavenly flame, and two blue flames shot towards the blood on both sides of the river. Sizzle! The heavenly flame could burn anything, and the blood immediately evaporated when it came into contact with it. However, there was too much blood in the river, and it wasn't something that Ling Xiao could evaporate in a short amount of time. "Bastard! How dare you destroy my blood essence? I'll devour you!" The blood tree suddenly realized that the amount of blood essence it was absorbing was rapidly decreasing. When it saw Ling Xiao in the midst of destruction, it immediately became furious. The blood tree gave up on fighting Lu Wang and charged towards Ling Xiao with its bloody face. "Ha! I'll let you have a taste of heavenly flame." Ling Xiao looked at the sinister blood-red face and raised his hand. A blue flame transformed into a blue dragon that roared towards the blood tree. The blood-red face wailed as soon as it came into contact with the heavenly flame. "Damn it! What kind of flame is this?" "Ha! This is the Heaven-Earth Yang flame. It is the bane of demonic creatures like you." Lu Wang laughed as he tore the huge blood tree into pieces. The blood-red face had lost more than half of its blood essence, and its aura was greatly reduced. It looked at Ling Xiao and Lu Wang from afar and said, "The two of you deserve to die. I'll remember you. The next time I see you, I'll definitely sacrifice all of you." With that, it transformed into a red light and fled into the distance. "Oh no, we can't let it escape." Lu Wang let out a strange cry as his entire body transformed into a green light that chased after the blood-red light. The two of them were like shooting stars, so fast that Ling Xiao couldn't react in time. "What is this?" Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the two disappearing lights. He knew that he wouldn't be able to catch up. At that speed, only a mystic the Arch might be able to catch up. "Forget it, I'll just evaporate this blood first. Otherwise, it might cause some trouble." Ling Xiao looked at the blood river and saw that there was still quite a bit of blood left. He flipped his hands and blasted the blue flames away. Ling Xiao spent half a day before he was able to burn the blood river to almost nothing. Just as the blood river was about to evaporate, beams of red light shone from the bottom of the river. Chapter 618. At the bottom of the blood river, a blood-red light shone brightly like the sun. This was no longer the blood essence demonic tree, but a squarish blood-red crystal. The thick blood energy coming from it was no weaker than the blood essence demonic tree from before. Ling Xiao quickly descended to the bottom of the dried-up red river. Looking at the small crystal mine, his eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism. So many top-grade blood crystals. Ling Xiao gulped as he muttered. He casually grabbed a piece and immediately shattered it into pieces. Then he took a deep breath, and a stream of pure blood energy quickly rushed into his blood vessels. The powerful blood energy made his blood surge, and an endless stream of life energy rushed into his limbs and internal organs. It was as if this top-grade blood crystal had improved the toughness of his blood and bones. "What a pure blood crystal! It's just right for me to improve my ancient Emperor Divine technique." Ling Xiao licked his lips. Ling Xiao had long since reached the fourth transformation of the ancient emperor divine technique, the bone-refining realm. However, he had yet to step into the fifth transformation. In order to cultivate this transformation, he needed a large amount of blood-replenishing high-grade spirit herbs or pills. Ling Xiao originally wanted to put the ancient emperor's divine arts aside for a while. After all, what he was currently cultivating was not the complete version of the ancient emperor's divine arts, but this small crystal-like top-grade blood crystal in front of him just happened to replace those blood-replenishing high-level spirit grass or pills. These top-grade blood crystals were much better choices than spirit herbs or elixirs. After all, these top-grade blood crystals were condensed from the blood essence of an Earth Monarch realm powerhouse, and they had been nourished by the demonic blood essence tree for 100,000 years. Every single top-grade blood crystal was priceless, and it could instantly restore the vitality of anyone who had lost too much blood. Moreover, it was a rare material for refining high-grade healing pills. It really is young Master Ping Yi, Ling Xiao exclaimed excitedly. He immediately began to collect all the top-grade blood crystals at the bottom of the river into his cauldron. Even if he couldn't finish using these top-grade blood crystals, he could auction them off for a high-grade mysterious crystal vein. However, if Ling Xiao wanted to establish his own force, he would need to accumulate resources, so it was better to keep these rare things for himself. When a corner of Ling Xiao's cauldron was filled with a large amount of top-grade blood crystals, he couldn't help but roar with laughter. Good people really do get what they deserve. If I hadn't burned these bones to ashes and sent them back to the ground, I'm afraid I wouldn't have found these good things. He paused for a moment, then looked into the distance and muttered, I just don't know who won, the Blood Essence Demon Tree or Lu Wang. The Blood Essence Demon Tree hasn't finished gathering its spirit, so it probably won't be a match for Lu Wang. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. Back then, he had borrowed his knowledge seed to help Lu Wang recover. He didn't know how much it had recovered, but after all these years, it should have recovered quite a bit. Moreover, he only had a mutually beneficial relationship with it, so it didn't matter if it wasn't by his side. In any case, he still had some 10,000-year tree milk and 10,000-year tree fruit. These were all good things that Ling Xiao had traded for before, and they could be used to save his life at a critical moment. After Ling Xiao collected most of the top-grade blood crystals, he gathered the remaining ones beside him and sat cross-legged in the middle of them. Ling Xiao began to concentrate and silently circulated the ancient emperor's divine art. His meridians, which were like waves of gold, began to circulate, and the five-colored spirit energy in his dantian began to overflow. After an hour of meditation, Ling Xiao's aura gradually increased. His skin, flesh, meridians, organs, and bones all emitted a golden light. The ancient emperor's divine art, skin refining, meridian refining, viscera refining, bone refining, and blood refining. Every time it advanced, its defense would become a bit more abnormal, and it also had the ability to quickly repair the body's muscles. It could be called a godly cultivation method. Now, Ling Xiao had finally cultivated it to the last transformation, blood refining. After this transformation was completed, the blood energy in his body would be equivalent to replacing the original ordinary blood, becoming a supreme bloodline. Not only would it be of great benefit to him, but it would also be of great benefit to his descendants. Therefore, no matter what method Ling Xiao used, he would definitely cultivate blood refining to the realm of completion. After Ling Xiao adjusted everything, the aura around him trembled slightly. Many of the top-grade blood crystals around him immediately exploded, and a thick blood energy began to overflow. Whoosh! Ling Xiao opened his mouth and inhaled fiercely, and the blood energy quickly entered his mouth. The powerful blood energy fused into Ling Xiao's blood vessels, and the golden blood began to assimilate the blood energy. A large amount of blood essence constantly rushed into Ling Xiao's blood vessels. The boiling heat emitted a terrifying temperature, and the blood vessels swelled to the point that they were about to explode. If it wasn't for the fact that Ling Xiao's meridians and blood vessels had already been strengthened, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to withstand this terrifying blood energy. Even so, Ling Xiao's face revealed a painful expression, and beads of sweat continuously flowed down his face. Ling Xiao quickly circulated the ancient emperor's divine art, and the golden blood accelerated the speed at which it assimilated the blood energy. The golden blood vessels in his blood vessels roared non-stop, and it constantly swallowed and assimilated the blood energy. The golden blood vessels continuously became richer and brighter. The densely packed blood vessels transported the golden blood to all the muscles in Ling Xiao's body. His skin, flesh, meridians, internal organs, and bones all received a significant increase, and their color became even more golden. An endless stream of vitality filled Ling Xiao's body, and at this moment, his body had accumulated a large amount of blood essence. Ling Xiao felt that even if he lost more than half of his blood, it would be replenished in a short while. He didn't have to worry about losing too much blood. Moreover, the blood essence had completely improved his body's muscles and greatly increased his lifespan. With his current earthly sovereign cultivation, he could live for at least 500 to 800 years, but with his current situation, even if he didn't cultivate, he could still live for another 200 years. Ling Xiao meditated at the bottom of the dried-up blood river for 3 days and 3 nights, and the small pile of top-grade blood crystals around him was almost completely absorbed by him. Now, Ling Xiao's body was flashing with a rich blood energy, and all the skin and flesh on his body had turned golden red. Even his jet-black hair seemed to have turned golden. Behind him, a seemingly solid golden dragon constantly floated up, and this golden dragon seemed to be even more vivid and extraordinary than before. When Ling Xiao shattered the last top-grade blood crystal and absorbed all the blood energy, he couldn't help but jump up from where he was. Roar! A dragon's roar came out of Ling Xiao's mouth, and the powerful sound waves formed a terrible storm, blowing the air around him, and many of the rocks under him exploded. The dragon's roar echoed endlessly in this wide open space, and it didn't dissipate for a long time. Behind Ling Xiao, a golden dragon roared into the sky, and the dragon's body changed from the original 6 claws to 7 claws, and the dragon's battle chi also increased. Ling Xiao let out a light breath, and converged the essence chi that appeared on his skin and flesh. His whole body became a bit more dignified than before, and he looked more heroic. What a surging vitality! I can feel my blood boiling all the time. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and said excitedly to himself. He could feel that after his ancient emperor mystic technique absorbed so many top-grade blood crystals, the golden blood in his body became even thicker and more viscous. His blood seemed to be several times thicker than an ordinary person's, and the energy it contained was comparable to a 4th or 5th grade healing pill. It's a pity that I've already reached a saturation state. It seems that I've only stepped into the initial stage of the 5th transformation. If I want to advance further, I don't know how long it will take. Ling Xiao sighed. After absorbing a large amount of top-grade blood crystals in the past few days, his blood had been filled and improved. However, it had only allowed him to reach the initial stage, and he was still far from the great city realm. However, Ling Xiao was already satisfied. After all, these top-grade blood crystals had allowed him to shorten the time he needed to find high-level spirit herbs that could replenish blood and cultivate. Ling Xiao took out the ice and fire sword, and then did something shocking. He actually heavily slashed at his other arm. Ding-dang! The ice and fire sword slashed at his sturdy arm, producing a crisp sound of metal clashing. Ling Xiao stared blankly at his intact arm, and laughed out loud. Ha-ha! Good, good. After this improvement and upgrade, my body has also improved by a lot. Now, even a high-level spirit weapon would find it difficult to injure me. As of now, Ling Xiao's physical body was probably as tough as a 7th grade spirit beast's defenses. Even the 7th grade ice and fire swords couldn't cut through it. It must be known that he had used all his strength just now. If it was a few days ago, if he had been slashed by a high-level spirit weapon, although he wouldn't have been cut in half, he would definitely have been injured. In just a few days, his physical defense had increased by so much, so Ling Xiao was naturally very satisfied. Following that, Ling Xiao dispelled the power in his arm, and then used the ice and fire sword to fiercely slash at his arm. If anyone saw this scene, they would probably think that this guy was a masochist. He actually stabbed his own subordinates twice. This was too abnormal. Hiss! A ferocious wound that reached the bone split open on Ling Xiao's arm, and golden blood gushed out. Ling Xiao could not help but take in a deep breath of cold air. It had to be known that he did not use any energy at all just now, so no matter who it was that was cut by the sword, it would be extremely painful. Let me see how fast my recovery is. Ling Xiao clenched his teeth, and immediately started to circulate the ancient emperor's divine technique crazily. The powerful essence qi and spirit energy quickly surged, and the wound also healed at an extremely fast speed. After a while, Ling Xiao looked at his arm that had become as smooth as jade and could not help but exclaim, "It's done so quickly?" Ling Xiao was shocked by such a fast recovery speed, and his face was filled with joy. The ancient emperor's divine technique is indeed abnormal. Now that my defense and recovery ability have increased greatly, I believe that the dragon-shaped battle intent will also increase by quite a bit. Ling Xiao muttered as he smacked his lips. Then, he cast his gaze into the distance. "It's time to find the Emperor Pellet." Swoosh! His figure instantly disappeared into the distance. Chapter 619. In the depths of the chaotic abyss of war, many mountains pierced through the clouds like sharp blades. Not a single blade of grass grew on many of these mountains, and there were even scars of war that could not be erased even after countless years. In this vast land of war, a bleak wind blew continuously. There was not a single trace of life or vitality. Occasionally, a few incomplete skeletons and broken weapons could be seen. In this vast land, a vigorous figure was walking in the air among the rubble. He looked very confident and agile. This young man was none other than Ling Xiao, who was traveling alone. "I've already flown for 5 days, but I haven't even seen a shadow. Where am I supposed to find an emperor pill?" Ling Xiao muttered to himself. After Ling Xiao absorbed a large amount of top-grade blood crystals, he flew for 5 days. Other than a desolate landscape, he did not encounter anything. He did not even see a single insect. He also did not see any Earth Emperor sects that had entered the chaotic abyss of war. This made him feel like he was about to die from boredom. What is that?" Ling Xiao saw a silver flash and immediately paid attention to it. Ever since he accidentally obtained a top-grade blood crystal a few days ago, Ling Xiao paid special attention to every place in this place. He had the thought that he had gotten lucky again and hoped to obtain some benefits. He landed where the silver light was and discovered that it was actually a broken weapon. Ling Xiao picked it up from the ground with one hand. It was a broken silver saber, and the thing that was shining was a silver bead embedded in the hilt of the saber. Ling Xiao did not feel any spiritual energy fluctuations when he grabbed the saber, and the beast core embedded inside had already lost its luster. It was obvious that it had already lost its energy. "Looks like it can't be any more useless." Ling Xiao shook his head in disappointment. Just as he was about to throw the saber away, he felt that the silver bead seemed to be emitting a slight warmth. Coldly pierced into Ling Xiao's palm. Ling Xiao stared blankly for a moment, then looked at the bead that didn't look very special. Could it be that this isn't an ordinary item? He hesitated for a moment before deciding to dig out the silver bead. Holding the bead in his hand, he felt nothing special. "What kind of bead is this? It actually has some energy?" Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the bead in his hand. Ling Xiao played with it a few times but did not find anything special. He wanted to throw it away, but after thinking about it, he threw it into his space ring. However, the place where Ling Xiao threw it happened to be where the ice and fire swords were. Ling Xiao did not notice that the moment the pearl came into contact with the ice and fire sword, strands of icy cold qi leaked out from the pearl. The ice and fire sword trembled slightly, and a connection was actually formed between the two. The ice attribute on the other side of the ice water sword also emitted a cold aura, which connected with the cold aura of the bead. Gradually, all of the cold aura from the bead was transferred into the ice and fire sword. The bead also became dim and no longer emitted any energy. The ice and fire sword gradually let out a buzzing sound. It actually stood upright on its own and emitted a ball of light. It looked extremely magical. Ling Xiao and the ice and fire sword had already become one. When the ice and fire sword let out a soft sound, he immediately sensed it. What's going on? Ling Xiao immediately looked at the ice and fire sword in his space ring. When he saw that the ice and fire sword had actually stood upright on its own, he was extremely surprised. Immediately after, he summoned the ice and fire sword. Holding the ice and fire sword in his hand, he felt a different kind of energy being emitted. Ling Xiao channeled his spiritual energy into the ice and fire sword. Roar! The huge figure of the nine-headed dragon snake instantly roared above the ice and fire sword, and the ice and fire sword also emitted an even more dazzling light. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. This ice and fire sword seems to have advanced. He could sense that the ice and fire sword was already very different from before. Its energy was much stronger than before, and it was obvious that it had already reached the middle stage of the seventh step. Ling Xiao took out the bead and realized that it had already turned into an ordinary stone. Could it be because of this bead? Ling Xiao thought inexplicably. Normally, if a weapon wanted to advance, it would have to be melted down and recast before it could advance. However, after reaching the level of a spirit weapon, one could also use some rare materials to warm the spirit weapon. After a long period of accumulation, one could also advance. However, this was a very time-consuming task, and very few martial warriors would do this. But now, Ling Xiao's ice and fire sword had advanced for no reason, which confused Ling Xiao. He couldn't understand what was so special about that ordinary bead that could allow the ice and fire sword to advance by a level. Actually, this was mainly because Ling Xiao lacked knowledge about artifact forging, which was why he couldn't understand. If Tang Guogua was here, he would definitely discover that the bead was the artifact spirit energy of the damaged broadsword. Any weapon that reached the level of a spirit artifact would produce an artifact spirit. However, this artifact spirit could not be manifested, and instead existed within the weapon. Only when a spirit artifact had an artifact spirit could a martial artist and a spirit artifact create a state of unity. Some martial warriors who were the wielder of their own weapons would often use their own blood essence to feed their weapons, allowing them to reach the state of unity with their weapons, and also allowing their spirit artifacts to advance. Although the artifact spirit of the broadsword had been obliterated by countless years, it still existed. It was enough to show that it should have been a very rare high-grade spirit artifact back then, and its artifact spirit's intelligence was already quite high. Therefore, when it came into contact with the ice attribute of the ice and fire sword, which belonged to the same origin, it resonated with the artifact spirit of the ice and fire sword, and was absorbed and assimilated by the artifact spirit of the ice and fire sword. The stronger the artifact spirit, the higher the grade of the ice and fire sword. This was also what Ling Xiao could not understand. Oh! Ling Xiao did not dwell on the matter of the ice and fire sword. After speeding up his flight for 2 days, he finally encountered something. It was the same kind of existence as the vengeful spirits he had seen in Gu City. At the same time, there were a few corpses of the earthly emperor that had participated in the imperial board competition. The number of these vengeful spirits was not as large as the ones he had seen in Gu City, but they had already condensed into form. It was likely that they were at least at the Sky Sovereign stage before they died. An ordinary person would have been so scared that they would immediately turn around and run when they saw these vengeful spirits, but Ling Xiao revealed a smile. "I've finally encountered something. Otherwise, I would have been bored to death." If it was before, when Ling Xiao saw such a high-level vengeful spirit, he would have immediately fled without saying a word. However, with his current strength, these vengeful spirits were not enough to deal with. A few moves that contained heavenly fire scared these vengeful spirits to the point that they fled as far as they could. After all, heavenly fire was the nemesis of these evil beings. Ling Xiao bent down to check the bodies of these earthly emperors to see if there were any good things left behind. However, he was disappointed. These earthly emperors seemed to have been plundered by others. The spatial rings on their hands had long since disappeared, and there were even 1 or 2 of them who were naked. It was likely that even their defensive armor had been taken off by others. Ling Xiao was depressed. After being busy for a while, he actually did not obtain any benefits. Ling Xiao could only nod his head and continue on his way. If he wanted to find an emperor pill, he could only find it in the place where an emperor stage powerhouse had fallen. A battle of this level would probably be earth-shattering, and the destructive power would definitely be the most terrifying. Therefore, after Ling Xiao flew into the air and observed the terrain for a while, he flew towards some of the places that had suffered the most damage. As Ling Xiao gradually went deeper, he finally sensed the aura of a battle. This time, he knew that he had found the right place. Unfortunately, by the time Ling Xiao quietly arrived, the battle had already ended. Ling Xiao could vaguely hear one of them say, "The Emperor Pill is in our hands, let's go." So. Several figures soared into the sky, and behind them were dozens of vengeful spirits chasing after them. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao muttered, "This won't do. I have to speed up, otherwise the title of First Emperor will be taken by someone else." Ling Xiao became serious and began to use his spirit energy to spread out in all directions. He knew that the more resentful spirits there were, the higher the chances of an Emperor Pill existing. Found it. There's a lot of soul power over there. Ling Xiao's eyes shone brightly as he quickly flew in a certain direction. Sure enough, not long after, he arrived at a place where the resentful spirits resided. There were many skeletons near them, and the surroundings were filled with all kinds of battle scars. It was obvious that a fierce battle had taken place here. The condensation of these vengeful spirits was very dense, at least reaching the strength of a low-level Empyrean. They were all dressed in simple and unadorned battle robes, holding all kinds of weapons in their hands, looking fierce and fiendish. However, what made Ling Xiao feel strange was that these vengeful spirits seemed to be divided into two factions. The two types of battle robes were different, and from the looks of it, they seemed to be fighting against each other. The two groups of vengeful spirits were constantly tearing at each other, and waves of whistling sounds of battle could be heard in the surroundings. Ling Xiao originally wanted to kill his way out, but when he saw this, he stopped. At the same time, he sensed more than 10 powerful auras around him. Presumably, there were also people who came here to search for the Emperor Pill like him. Ling Xiao had already hidden his aura a long time ago. He could sense that the dozen or so auras in the chaotic rocks were only a few hundred meters away from him. As for his competitors, Ling Xiao was not afraid. The key was to see if there were any Emperor Pills in the vicinity. Ling Xiao used his spiritual power to scan the surroundings and sensed two different types of energy, which were completely different from the auras of humans. Finally, Ling Xiao fixed his gaze on the two groups of vengeful spirits. Each group was guarded by two mid-level Empyrean-level vengeful spirits, and behind them were two round beads. These beads were about the size of two thumbs, and each emitted a reddish-brown color. It seemed like they contained a lot of energy. Ling Xiao licked his lips. He knew that these two beads were definitely the existence of the Emperor Pills. Just as he sensed the existence of the Emperor Pills, he sensed an aura slowly sweeping towards the location of the Emperor Pills from behind the rocks. It seemed like they wanted to take advantage of the battle between the two groups of vengeful spirits to snatch the Emperor Pills. These two Emperor Pills are not easy to snatch, Ling Xiao muttered with a faint smile. Each of them was guarded by two mid-level Empyrean vengeful spirits. Without some special means, it would not be easy to obtain the Emperor Pills. Chapter 620. Other than Ling Xiao, there were a few other earthly sovereigns who were eyeing the two Emperor Pills. They were a team of 14 people led by Mo Jia, who was the strongest and had the strength of a peak earthly sovereign. The rest of the team consisted of 5 peak earthly sovereigns and 8 high-level earthly sovereigns. Their strength was considered below average among the dozens of teams, and they were far inferior to the teams of dozens of people. Mo Jia led 6 of them towards one of the imperial elixirs while the other 7 headed towards the other. They all wanted to take the 2 Emperor Pills for themselves. Mo Jia was already in his 60s, but he looked like a middle-aged man. There was a hideous scar on his face, which made him look very frightening. He transmitted his voice to the people behind him. "Once we get close to the resentful souls, immediately summon your spirit beasts to deal with the 2 resentful souls. They can harm our knowledge, but they have no effect on our spirit beasts, so don't worry about them." Once you get the pills, immediately retreat. We can't let the other resentful souls surround us. The people behind him nodded slightly, indicating that they understood. However, when they were 50 meters away from the Emperor Pill, the two mid-level heavenly venerate resentful souls immediately sensed their presence. Emoja's eyes twitched, and he shouted, "They found us! Quickly summon your spirit beasts!" At this moment, the two heavenly venerate resentful souls charged towards them. Although they were resentful souls, their strength was not inferior to that of a low-level heavenly venerate. The earthly sovereigns behind Emoja summoned their spirit beasts together, and the battle was about to begin. At the same time, Emoja flashed to the side, condensed a giant palm in his hand, and grabbed at the Emperor Pill. Emoja knew that these resentful souls did not have a mind of their own. They only existed because of their stubborn thoughts, so he felt that obtaining the Emperor Pill would not be a problem. Who knew that just as his giant palm was about to grab the Emperor Pill would actually fly up on its own. Not only that, but the other Emperor Pill also flew up, and the two Emperor Pills actually stopped in the middle of the battle between the two groups of resentful souls. What's going on? Emoja could not wrap his head around what was happening. He had obtained a few Emperor Pills before, but this was the first time he saw them fly away on their own. A few screams brought Moza back to his senses. He realized that the two groups of resentful spirits were already charging towards his men. "Damn it, let's go. I don't want these two Emperor Pills anymore." Moza immediately shouted and quickly left the place. His allies also retreated at the same time because facing so many vengeful spirits, it was impossible for them to deal with them one by one. At that time, before they could obtain the Emperor Pill, they would all die. After Moza and the others left, the two groups of wraiths fought again as if they did not know exhaustion. At this moment, the two Emperor Pills in the center of the vengeful souls once again flew up by themselves. Swoosh! The two Monarch Pills flew in the same direction like the wind. Those powerful vengeful spirits seemed to be determined to protect the two Emperor Elixirs. They actually chased after the two Emperor Elixirs in a frenzy. Just as they were about to catch up, a blue flame blasted towards them. Woo-woo! The blue flames stopped them in their tracks, causing them to cry out in alarm. A figure grabbed the two Emperor Pills in his hand and quickly flew into the distance. Those vengeful spirits kept howling. Obviously, the loss of the Emperor Pills had caused them to go crazy. Who else could it be but Ling Xiao, who had obtained the two Emperor Pills? Ling Xiao flew for a long time and only heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that the vengeful spirits did not chase after him. "Haha! I got them so easily. How effortless!" Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he looked at the Emperor Pills in his hand with satisfaction. The reason why he had obtained the Emperor Pills so easily was naturally because he had used his mental strength to bring them over. Otherwise, he would have been discovered if he had used his elemental manifestation to grab the Emperor Pills. Ling Xiao did not want to expose his identity, nor did he want to waste his energy on those vengeful spirits. Hence, he chose this simple and effective method. Is this an Emperor Pill? The energy contained in it actually did not dissipate, as expected of an Emperor rank powerhouse who passed away in meditation. Ling Xiao muttered as he felt the explosive energy from the Emperor Pills. Although Emperor Pills were good stuff, they were useless to ordinary people. Only when they fell into the hands of a high-grade alchemist would they be of use. Coincidentally, Ling Xiao was already a 6th-grade alchemist. As long as he advanced one more grade, he would be able to make use of these Emperor Pills. Hence, he already planned to keep the Emperor Pills for himself. He would not bring them to those major forces to exchange. Otherwise, it would be difficult to find Emperor Pills in the future. After Ling Xiao made up his mind, he immediately set off for the next place. He searched for 2 places with more vengeful spirits for 2 days in a row, but he did not find any traces of the Emperor Pills. Ling Xiao could not help feeling somewhat vexed. After all, after so many Imperial role contests, many Emperor Pills had already been taken by others. Damn it! What kind of shitty place is this? I've been searching for 2 days, and I haven't even found a single strand of hair. How can I live like this? Ling Xiao cried out in distress. He gritted his teeth and flew towards the place where the feeling was the strongest. Ling Xiao arrived at a rocky area. This place was similarly desolate, but the cold wind was much stronger than the previous places. There was a huge crack that seemed to have been slashed open by a peerless expert, and waves of powerful soul energy were emanating from it. It was obvious that a large number of vengeful spirits had gathered in this huge crack. There were already 3 groups of people eyeing them covetously at the edge of the huge rift. None of the 18 major forces were participating in these 3 groups. However, their strength was not weak. Each group actually had around 20 people. And Ling Xiao suddenly discovered that one of the groups was someone he was familiar with. The person leading the group was Tuoba Yuan. There were more than 20 people behind him, and it was obvious that they were the helpers he had recruited. Gu Jiaojiao and Gu Mingzhu were also among them. Ling Xiao saw that many of the 3 groups were injured. It was likely that they had been attacked by vengeful spirits while searching for the Emperor pills. The moment Ling Xiao appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the 3 groups. However, they only paid attention to him for a moment before their gazes fell on the huge crack again. Their eyes were filled with greed. It was obvious that there were many Emperor pills under the huge crack. However, Ling Xiao knew that in front of these temptations, there would definitely be a huge danger. Ling Xiao ignored the crowd and quietly went to the other side of the huge crack. He lowered his head and looked down, and his expression immediately became fanatical. There are so many Emperor pills. No wonder these guys are all gathered here. However, there are so many vengeful spirits down there that it's a little scary. Ling Xiao saw that this huge crack wasn't very deep. It was only a few meters deep. With a single glance, he could see many Emperor pills casually scattered below the huge crack. With a rough estimate, there were at least 100 Emperor pills. However, although there were many Emperor pills, there were even more vengeful spirits. Many vengeful spirits wandered there like patrolling soldiers. These vengeful spirits were not as terrifying as the ones they had encountered before. In fact, a few of them had even reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerate. It was obvious that they were all almighties when they were alive. That's not right. There are so many vengeful spirits here. They are so peaceful and did not rush out. There must be an even stronger existence. Ling Xiao faintly felt that something was wrong. He felt that these vengeful spirits were too quiet, and the auras of the other 3 groups of people could not be concealed. With the vengeful spirit's sensitivity towards soul power, they should be able to sense that someone had arrived. However, they still repeated their patrolling actions, as if they did not care about their arrival. From this, Ling Xiao guessed that this place was definitely not that simple. Ling Xiao used his spiritual power to probe downwards. He suddenly discovered 2 extremely obscure and powerful soul power undulations. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and hurriedly retreated far away. With so many Emperor pills here, it must have been discovered by others. However, these Emperor pills had not been taken away. Could be seen how dangerous this place was. Ling Xiao did not retreat far. Once again, he hid among the rocks and observed the 3 groups of people from afar. He wanted to see what methods they had to obtain those Emperor pills. Not long after, the 3 groups of people finally could not hold back and summoned their spirit beasts. They charged towards the huge crack to snatch the Emperor pills. With someone taking the lead, the others also became impulsive. Waves of powerful elemental attacks from different spiritual weapons blasted towards the vengeful spirits in the huge crack. Although these vengeful spirits were powerful, they did not have consciousness and could not deduce the small universe. Therefore, their battle strength was not as powerful as a true heavenly venerate. However, it was enough to make the earthly sovereigns suffer. Ling Xiao looked at the earth-shattering battle and murmured, "How bold!" Countless vengeful spirits rushed out from the huge crack. They let out howling cries and charged towards the dozens of earthly sovereigns and spirit beasts like fearless warriors. The battle was very intense, but Ling Xiao knew that these people were already feeling the pressure. Fortunately, they all had many methods to defend against the vengeful spirits' attacks. Therefore, they were not completely annihilated. Right at this moment, A thunderous explosion rang out from the clear sky. Bolts of lightning the size of buckets descended from the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The terrifying sound of thunder drowned out the vengeful spirits. Ling Xiao stared at the figure who had unleashed such a powerful attack. It was Tuoba Yuan. He wielded the purple trident in his hand and continuously unleashed terrifying lightning bolts. The vengeful spirits in the vicinity were all blasted into smithereens. Then he plunged into the huge crack to snatch the emperor pills. No more vengeful spirits dared to approach him. Did that guy succeed? Ling Xiao murmured. He also wanted to rush over and snatch the emperor pills. Given his methods, he did not fear these vengeful spirits. However, he had always been cautious, so he had to be more careful. However, not long after Tuoba Yuan went down, he saw him fleeing out of the huge crack in a sorry state. Quick, run. There is a remnant spirit of a quasi the arch. Tuoba Yuan exclaimed to his people and immediately fled far away. He was as fast as lightning. Chapter 6:21. From the huge fissure that was dozens of meters wide, a terrifying palm emerged from it. The palm was like a mountain, and it looked extremely terrifying. The three groups of people were scared witless, and they rode their spirit beasts as far as they could. Rumble! The huge palm smashed down towards the place with the most people. A few earthly Emperor Realm experts and spirit beasts didn't run fast enough, and they immediately became resentful souls. They were smashed into a pulp, and a palm print that was a few tens of meters wide was left on the ground. Countless stone chips were sent flying in all directions. After the huge palm smashed down, the dozens of people had retreated completely, and none of them dared to stay any longer. Ling Xiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva from afar, and his eyes were bulging out of their sockets. His body trembled slightly, and he muttered, "The might of an Emperor Realm expert is really terrifying." However, Ling Xiao didn't want to let the fat meat slip away just like that. He had searched for many days to find these Emperor pills, and he had to snatch the meat from the tiger's mouth no matter what. The remnant soul of a quasi-emperor. This is a great tonic, and I absolutely can't let it go. Ling Xiao's eyes glowed brightly. Subsequently, he moved a few tens of meters closer to the huge rift, and he hid behind a huge rock to conceal his aura so as not to alarm the other resentful souls. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't fight them head-on. After all, they were extremely formidable. However, Ling Xiao didn't know why they didn't choose to seize the body of a quasi-Emperor Realm expert. They should be able to do it with their ability, right? Ling Xiao didn't have the time to think about it. He sat down cross-legged and immediately started circulating the second stage of the soul mastery technique. Numerous invisible and profound talisman symbols floated incessantly in the air. I don't know if this will work. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart, and then he controlled the numerous invisible talisman symbols to fly towards the huge rift that wasn't too far away. There were two quasi-Emperor Realm remnant souls in the huge rift. Their energy was very formidable, and their consciousness was very clear. Moreover, they knew all sorts of combat techniques, and they weren't something that the resentful souls could compare to. Even though they were very strong, they were still unable to see through Ling Xiao's invisible talisman symbols. These invisible spirit runes blasted towards the remnant soul of a half-step sovereign who was meditating. The remnant soul of the half-step emperor was also very powerful. When it came in contact with those invisible runes, it immediately reacted. Its powerful soul power resisted those runes, trying to get rid of those runes. The soul power of a half-emperor wasn't something an ordinary person could compare to. It actually forcefully shook off quite a few runes. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and continued to control the runes to attack. I don't believe that I can't capture you. Who dares to alarm this emperor? The remnant soul of the quasi-emperor spoke faintly, and then it casually raised its hand. Another enormous palm flew out from the huge crack, and then it smashed down towards Ling Xiao. F***CK. Ling Xiao screamed as he looked at the giant palm and quickly retreated. The gigantic palm smashed into the ground where he had been standing. Not far away, Ling Xiao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. This guy is really scary. However, while Ling Xiao was still in a state of shock, he saw a figure rushing out from the huge crack. This figure was actually flying towards him, and its gloomy eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Oh no! This guy actually came out. Ling Xiao cried out in his heart, and then he immediately turned around and fled. Although his speed was fast, the half-martial emperor's speed was even faster. In just a few blinks of an eye, the half-step emperor blocked in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao steadied himself and forced himself to calm down as he looked at the figure. This remnant soul was an old man. He wasn't very tall, but he was very robust. He wore a set of gorgeous clothes, and his bearing was quite extraordinary. It was obvious that he was an extraordinary figure when he was alive. A mere mid-level Earth sovereign actually has such powerful mental strength. I didn't expect such an outstanding junior to exist. The half-step emperor's remnant soul stared at Ling Xiao and spoke faintly. Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "Haha, senior, junior didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive me." At the same time, he had already mobilized all his mental strength. If the half-step emperor's remnant soul made any strange movements, he would immediately use his mental strength to deal a fatal blow. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with this half-step emperor's remnant soul, but it would definitely consume a lot of his mental strength. "Humph, you make it sound better than a song." The half-step emperor's remnant soul snorted coldly, and then said, "I know you want the emperor elixir, but since you've hit this emperor, you can only blame yourself for being too greedy. Your strong body will belong to this emperor." At this point, the half-step emperor's aura was thick with hostility, and then a powerful energy blasted towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already on guard, and when the half-step emperor attacked, his mental strength went all out. This time, his mental strength was completely used to attack, and countless fierce sharp blades blasted towards the half-step emperor's remnant soul. On the other hand, Ling Xiao took the full brunt of the half-step emperor's attack, and he was blasted over 100 meters away while golden blood sprayed out from his mouth. The half-step emperor's remnant soul didn't fare as well as it did before. How could a full-powered attack from Ling Xiao's mental strength be so easily blocked like those talisman markings? Ah! The half-step emperor's remnant soul had been reduced to such a state because its body and soul had suffered heavy injuries when it was alive. Now that it was suffering a mental strength attack that specialized in restraining the soul, it was completely unable to defend itself, and a large amount of its soul power was gradually reduced to nothingness by the mental strength attack. It let out a shrill cry of unwillingness, but unfortunately, it still gradually dissipated from the world. Ling Xiao was lying on a pile of rubble not far away. His countenance had turned slightly pale, but he didn't seem to have suffered any heavy injuries. "It's a good thing I just strengthened my body. Otherwise, I wouldn't have felt so good." Ling Xiao sighed and bounced up from the rubble. Then, he flew backward and chose a relatively calm place to sit down and recover his mental strength. "If I can absorb the remnant soul of a half-step emperor, my mental strength will definitely soar." Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. He wanted to use the half-step emperor's remnant soul as a test subject just now, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed, and was almost killed by the half-step emperor. Therefore, he could only give up the idea for the time being. "Got it, if I first weaken its soul power and then cast a talisman on it, it should be able to deal with it." Suddenly, Ling Xiao thought of a new method, and his eyes lit up again. After 4 hours of recovery, Ling Xiao's mental strength was once again full. This time, he didn't plan to hide anymore, and directly flew to the sky above the huge crack. Then, he circulated a strong heavenly fire and wrapped himself in layers of layers to prevent other resentful souls from taking advantage of the situation. Immediately afterward, the blue flame in Ling Xiao's hand blasted towards the place where the half-step emperor's remnant soul was fluctuating. Rumble! The powerful fiery energy smashed into the ground with a rumbling sound, and the dense raging fire started to burn. Some of the resentful souls in the surroundings immediately howled as soon as they came into contact with the heavenly fire, and many of them hurriedly hid far away. Then, a figure flew out from the ground at an extremely fast speed. How dare you? How dare you provoke this emperor? Another half-step emperor's remnant soul appeared and roared furiously. Just when it was about to attack Ling Xiao made the first move. His mental strength turned into countless blades and madly bombarded the half-step emperor's remnant soul. But this time, Ling Xiao had a sense of propriety and didn't use all of his mental strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to achieve the effect he wanted. Sure enough, before the half-step emperor's remnant soul could react, its condensed body was blasted by Ling Xiao's mental strength and weakened a lot. Sensing the danger, the half-step emperor's remnant soul didn't dare to stay any longer, and actually chose to escape. You think you can escape? Ling Xiao laughed triumphantly, and the already condensed mental strength runes smashed towards the half-step emperor's remnant soul like a tidal wave. The half-step emperor's remnant soul was already extremely weak, and its speed was greatly reduced. Even its reaction speed was greatly reduced, and Ling Xiao's mental strength runes blasted its body effortlessly. Damn it! What is this thing? The half-step emperor's remnant soul cried out in fear. It wanted to break free from the runes, but unfortunately, it couldn't do so. How could Ling Xiao waste his breath on it? He immediately closed his eyes and circulated the soul-controlling art's mnemonic chant. Immediately after, a strange scene appeared. The extremely weak half-step emperor's remnant soul's soul power unexpectedly drilled into Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge bit by bit. The half-step emperor's remnant soul was greatly alarmed, and immediately begged for mercy. No, don't absorb my soul power. I beg you. Let me go. Unfortunately, how could Ling Xiao be soft-hearted? And he concentrated even more on absorbing the soul power that was hard to come by. 2 hours later, the half-step emperor's remnant soul that was struggling had become illusory, and its originally material body had gradually vanished. On the other hand, as a large amount of soul power surged into Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge, the spiritual liquid within it transformed into even more pure spiritual liquid that strengthened his sea of knowledge. After the half-step emperor's remnant soul dispersed, Ling Xiao still hadn't fully recovered from his exhaustion, and he praised loudly, "What great nourishment! I filled up so much in an instant." After attaining the second stage of the soul-controlling art, besides being able to utilize mental strength runes to control others, there was another miraculous effect, and it was the ability to absorb the soul power of others for one's own use in order to strengthen one's own spiritual energy. Earlier, Ling Xiao had precisely utilized this to absorb the weak half-step emperor's remnant soul. It was his first time using this ability, so he'd miscalculated and failed during his first experiment. But he'd finally gained something this time. There are definitely many emperor-rank souls in this vast space. I've struck it rich this time. Ling Xiao suddenly became greedy as he thought to himself. After all, the accumulation of spiritual energy from cultivating on one's own was very slow, and absorbing the energy of powerful souls was a shortcut to swiftly strengthen one's spiritual energy. Under normal circumstances, he would naturally be unable to think in this way. After all, the strength of every single emperor-rank soul was extremely terrifying. But in this current environment, these souls were filled with bloodthirst and viciousness, and absorbing them wouldn't make him feel guilty at all. When Ling Xiao was about to collect the emperor cores from the huge crack, some incomplete memories seemed to have appeared in his mind, and these memories seemed to have come from the half-step emperor's remnant soul. So there's actually such a benefit. Ling Xiao hadn't expected that absorbing the half-step emperor-rank soul power would allow him to absorb the half-step emperor-rank soul power as well, and this was a major discovery. When Ling Xiao was about to collect all the emperor cores from the huge crack, someone had actually soundlessly appeared above Ling Xiao. Chapter 622. Looking at the scattered imperial pills under the huge crack, Ling Xiao's eyes lit up with passion. I finally got some imperial pills. If I didn't get any more, my position as the head succubus would be in danger. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together. Just as he was about to pick up the imperial pills, he sensed danger from the back of his head. It felt like he was being targeted by a venomous snake. A silent gust of wind had already pierced towards the back of his head. The hairs on Ling Zhao's body stood on end. Ignoring the emperor pills, he pounced forward without a second thought. Unfortunately, the faint sound of the wind still followed him like a shadow, as if it was determined to kill him. Ling Zhao knew that turning his back to the enemy was already a huge taboo. Moreover, the enemy's speed was also frighteningly fast. In a moment of desperation, he could only let out a roar. Roar! Dragon's Tenbin spirit art. Dragon roar. A golden dragon shadow instantly soared into the sky. This terrifying power was earth-shattering. The sound wave was already very terrifying, kept reverberating in the huge crack in the space. The sound wave was greatly amplified. Boom, boom, boom. In the huge crack, the surrounding rock walls were shattered by the terrifying sound waves, and the stone fragments and dust were constantly splashing everywhere. The person behind Ling Zhao was obviously affected by the dark waves, and Ling Zhao's sense of danger was greatly reduced. Ling Zhao didn't even think about it. He spun around and kicked at the man who had ambushed him. Wind God Kick Third Style, Tornado Ruins. Large amounts of rock fragments were swept up by the leg shadows, and the leg shadows, which contained dense Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi, corroded everything mercilessly. This time, Ling Zhao did not hold back at all. He even used the Xiantian Yin Wind Baleful Qi that he had been hiding all this time. It was clear that he was really angry this time. The person behind Ling Zhao was also shocked by Ling Zhao's terrifying sound waves. He could not react in time, and was immediately drowned by Ling Zhao's sharp leg shadows. Bang! Before the man could see his face clearly, he was kicked into pieces by Ling Zhao. In just a blink of an eye, the strong innate Yin Wind Baleful Qi had surrounded him. The person who launched the sneak attack turned into a pile of mud in an instant and was corroded to the point that not even dregs were left. By the time the sound wave stopped, the man had already turned into dust. This was truly a swift and ingenious way to kill. Ling Zhao heaved a heavy sigh of relief. He immediately looked up, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Like a gust of wind, he flew up to the giant fissure and roared, "Since you're already here, get the hell out of here." Looking at the silent surroundings, Ling Zhao furrowed his brows and said, "You want this young master to force you out? You're really despicable." After saying that, Ling Zhao's 10 fingers casually pointed in a few directions, and a few flames shot towards the piles of rubble. Boom! The fiery finger blasted into the rubble and directly pierced through it. Swoosh! More than a dozen figures instantly flew up from several directions at the same time. 17 people gathered together. Several of them were peak earthly emperors, and the rest were high-level earthly emperors. The strength of this group was considered average among the many groups. I didn't expect you to be able to escape the assassination of Black Shadow, but you're going to die here in the end. A cold and sinister laugh rang out. Ling Zhao looked at the person who spoke and revealed a surprised expression. "I didn't expect it to be you guys." Ling Zhao also knew the two leaders of this group. The person who spoke was Wen Huang, who came from Lanyang City with Ling Zhao. Beside him was his junior brother Bai Mensheng. The rest of the earthly emperors should be their allies who had gathered. When Ling Zhao was in the top 10 of the advancement competition, he had sent their fellow disciples, Shenemo and Zhang Dazhua, off the stage. It was probably because of this that Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng had a strong hostility towards Ling Zhao. Now, the person who sneak-attacked Ling Zhao just now was one of the members of Wen Huang's group. That person was called Black Shadow, so he must be very good at assassination. If it wasn't for Ling Zhao's sharpness, that sword attack just now would have been enough to kill him. Thinking of that moment, Ling Zhao felt extremely lucky. He didn't expect this group of people to be able to hide their auras. Just now, he was fully focused on dealing with the remnant soul of a pseudo-emperor. After seeing the Didan, his vigilance was at its lowest. Otherwise, with his spiritual power, he would have discovered them long ago. I'll say this to you guys. It's best for all of you to stay here and become resentful spirits. Ling Zhao said gloomily. Ling Zhao was furious. He hadn't felt the threat of death for a long time, and he almost died just now. Therefore, he definitely wouldn't let the people in front of him go. Ling Xiao didn't wait for them to say any more nonsense. He chose to strike first. Like the wind, Ling Xiao flew towards the group of people, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. Everyone spread out and set up the minor star-killing array. When Huang closed his bone fan and immediately exclaimed, the people behind him immediately split up in a disorderly manner. Rays of light of different attributes shot out, and the rays of light of different attributes converged to form a star-shaped formation. The star-shaped array blossomed with dazzling brilliance. The attacks of different attributes formed a star-shaped world. Rays of attacks smashed down like meteors, causing the world to tremble. The minor star-killing array was a high-level array of the Blue Sun sect. With the strength of an earthly sovereign, the array they evolved was comparable to the attack of a high-level heavenly venerable. Any earthly sovereign who fell into it would have to face the terrifying power of a high-level heavenly venerable. How could an ordinary earthly sovereign withstand the attack of a high-level heavenly venerable? It seemed that when Huang was very fearful of Ling Xiao, he immediately used such a killing array from the beginning. It could be said that he was very cautious and ruthless. Fortunately, this group of people had just honed their array not long ago. Their coordination in all directions was still a bit rusty. The power of the minor star-killing array was slightly weaker, but when Huang believed that it was completely enough to kill Ling Xiao didn't expect that the other party could deduce an array attack. However, he didn't have time to think too much. The golden fist shadow had already blasted towards Huang, who was leading the group. Although Ling Xiao's speed was fast, his aura had already been locked on by the array. Colorful starlight attacks fell from the sky. There were raging flames, ice flowers, waves of water, earth spikes. Wave after wave of terrifying attacks blasted towards Ling Xiao's back. When Huang, who was in front of Ling Xiao, naturally didn't mind. His bone fan constantly produced dazzling white light, causing Ling Xiao's eyes to hurt. His movements also became sluggish. It was also at this moment that all the attacks immediately smashed towards Ling Xiao. Rumble! The terrifying attack produced an earth-shattering explosion in mid-air, and a colorful mushroom smoke immediately appeared. Haha! The minor star-killing array is indeed extraordinary. Second senior brother, this Ling Xiao really can't withstand a single blow. Bai Menshing looked at Ling Xiao, who was hit by the attack, and couldn't help but laugh. When Huang lightly waved his bone fan and smiled. This is just a small matter. In the future, when you come into contact with my sect's great star-killing array, its power will truly be able to destroy the heavens and earth. Even an emperor-ranked expert will die without a doubt if they fall into it. However, just as the two of them were feeling complacent, several miserable screams rang out. Ah! A figure could be seen flying non-stop, a strange long sword in his hand emitting a hot and cold aura. He began to reap the lives of the surrounding earthly emperors. Bastard, he actually didn't die. Everyone, quickly summon your spiritual beasts and kill him for me. When Huang's expression changed and he immediately shouted. Immediately after, a white spiritual beast appeared beside him. It was a snow-white aurora eagle. It had already reached the pinnacle of the Type 5 realm, and its eyes were emitting rays of white light, looking extremely demonic. The aurora eagle was a mutated spiritual beast. It was a rare light-attributed spiritual beast. Its pair of eagle eyes could not only attack, but it could also confuse people's vision. The others also summoned their various spiritual beasts. The earthly emperors and their spiritual beasts all launched powerful attacks towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, came and went without a trace. No one was able to lock onto him, and their attacks were all useless. You think you can kill me just because you have more people? I think too highly of you. As Ling Xiao dodged, he let out a strong sneer. His mental strength began to surge out like a tide. He did not intend to continue entangling with them. Since they dared to kill him, they should all go to the King of Hell and reflect on their mistakes. As Ling Xiao unleashed his psychic power, the invisible psychic attack immediately killed several earthly sovereigns. As the earthly emperors died inexplicably, when Huang, Bai Mensheng, and the others became horrified. What the hell is going on? Could it be that this brat knows some demonic arts? When Huang's expression became steely as he shouted, "Senior brother, let's attack together. Otherwise, they will all die." Bai Menqing held his spiritual weapon and said. He immediately rushed towards Ling Xiao. Limitless doppelganger. Bai Menqing instantly split into 5 figures and rushed towards Ling Xiao from 5 different directions. If it was an ordinary person facing 5 doppelgangers, they would definitely panic. However, Ling Xiao's speed was unparalleled. Even if all 5 of Bai Menqing's clones were real, they could not catch up to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao stepped on the wind attribute Cloud Phantom. He ignored Bai Menqing's pursuit and continued to kill others with the Ice and Fire Sword in his hand. Pft. The Ice and Fire Sword was already a mid-tier 7th-tier, high-grade spiritual weapon. Wherever it went, the earthly emperors could not resist and were killed one by one. Ling Xiao cultivated 5 attributes at the same time. His combat strength was comparable to a peak earthly emperor. If he used his dragon-shaped battle chi, he would not even be afraid of a low-level heavenly venerable. Therefore, he was like an adult bullying a child. Killing people was like child's play. Following Ling Xiao's massacre, 14 of the 17 earthly emperors had already died. Only Wen Huang, Bai Menqing, and another peak earthly emperor were still alive. That peak earthly emperor had long been scared out of his wits by Ling Xiao's killing intent. Just as Ling Xiao was about to kill him, his legs trembled and he immediately begged Ling Xiao for mercy. Spare my life. I can make you my master, as long as you let. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a chill on his neck and his head was immediately separated from his body. Ling Xiao was like a god of death as he stared coldly at Wen Huang and Bai Menqing, who had yet to kill him. His expression was filled with contempt. Chapter 623. Wen Huang and Bai Menqing already knew that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was extraordinary. His physical body was unparalleled, and even spirit weapons could not harm him. Hence, they did not underestimate Ling Xiao at all. They felt that the power of the minor star killing formation should be enough to kill Ling Xiao. However, not only had Ling Xiao not been killed, but his allies had been slaughtered one by one. The spirit beasts had also perished along with their master. I'll give you a chance. Both of you, come at me together. Ling Xiao kept the Ice and Fire Sword and hooked his finger at the 2 of them. He looked at Wen Huang and Bai Menqing with disdain. He did not want to kill the 2 of them immediately. He had a better way to deal with them. Bai Menqing took a step back and looked at Wen Huang. To be honest, he was extremely afraid. Ling Xiao was much scarier than they had imagined. Even a heavenly venerable would not be his match. Wen Huang's expression kept changing. The aurora eagle flapped its snow-white wings at the side. Its white eyes emitted a cold and strange light. Brother Ling, you're really good. Why don't we call it quits? We don't want the emperor pills here. Wen Huang took a light breath and said, Yes, Brother Ling, let's call it quits. Bai Menqing's ruthlessness was gone, and he immediately agreed. Ling Xiao smiled and said, That won't do. You only have one choice. If you don't come at me, I will. Is there really no room for negotiation? Wen Huang tightened his bone fan and narrowed his eyes. Ling Xiao raised his middle finger and shook it. There's no room for negotiation. With that, he began to walk towards the 2 of them step by step. Since that's the case, then go and die. Wen Huang knew that Ling Xiao's speed was terrifying. It was obviously impossible for him to escape, so he could only fight to his death. At the same time, the aurora eagle beside him let out a loud cry. 2 rays of white light shot out from its eyes. Swoosh, swoosh. The white light was extremely fast, as if it had flashed by. Ling Xiao had noticed the aurora eagle a long time ago, but he was still caught off guard by its sudden attack. His chest was hit solidly. However, Ling Xiao's defense was freakish. That white light couldn't even penetrate Ling Xiao's clothes. Wen Huang and Bai Menqing did not expect the aurora eagle to instantly kill Ling Xiao. When the aurora eagle launched its attack, the 2 of them immediately split up and charged towards Ling Xiao. The bone fan in Wen Huang's hand kept changing, and white lotuses appeared one after another. Twin lotus flowers. Dozens of white flowers formed into pairs, forming a pure and clean line of wind. which rushed towards Ling Xiao. Bai Menqing switched to a high-grade broadsword and raised his aura to the maximum. 5 clones attacked Ling Xiao from different directions. At the same time, his spirit beast, the two-headed flying snake, spat out its long tongue and pounced towards Ling Xiao with its huge bloody mouth. The Aurora Eagle flew quickly, and its eyes showed a confused look again. It planned to disturb Ling Xiao's consciousness. Facing the attacks of 2 people and 2 spirit beasts, Ling Xiao roared towards the sky. The dragon's roar Tenbin sounded again, causing the 2 people and 2 spirit beasts to retreat far away. With one roar, their attacks were all nullified. However, the Aurora Eagle was worthy of being a mutated spirit beast. When it retreated, its white eyes actually shot a confused look at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao only felt that his eyes were a little dazzled, and his vision became blurry. "Junior brother, let's kill him together." When Huang roared fiercely, the bone fan in his hand gathered a powerful white light, and a huge white lotus enveloped the sky above him. Lotus burst go! When Huang blasted the huge lotus at Ling Xiao, this was already his strongest attack. If Ling Xiao was still fine, then he had nothing to say. Bai Menqing didn't use any fancy moves. His broadsword slashed towards Ling Xiao's head. He didn't believe that Ling Xiao's head would be harder than a high-grade spirit weapon. At the moment of crisis, a green light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and his dazed expression regained its clarity. However, at this time, when Huang's lotus burst also blasted over. Rumble! Ling Xiao's body was blasted far away, and his blood and energy were in turmoil. When Huang's all-out attack wasn't as powerful as the minor star-killing array, but it was comparable to the attack of a low-level heavenly venerate. Ling Xiao had just stabilized his body when a strong wind attacked him from above. Ling Xiao didn't even think and immediately greeted it with a golden fist. Ding dang! Ling Xiao gathered his energy too late and was forced back by Menqing by a dozen meters. The two-headed flying snake took the opportunity to bite him. Good. This is more interesting. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit soared. He shouted loudly, and a golden dragon shadow instantly soared. The golden dragon roared, and its fighting spirit surged endlessly. Now that Ling Xiao was in full battle mode, the two-headed flying snake seemed to feel the powerful might of an emperor, and its body couldn't help but pause for a moment. Ling Xiao sneered, and his body began to move. Waves of golden fists smashed onto the two-headed flying snake. The two-headed flying snake's body was also very tough. After taking a series of punches from Ling Xiao, it still gave Ling Xiao a ruthless sweep. When Huang, Bai Menqing, and the Aurora Eagle didn't let go of any opportunity. Waves of elemental attacks bombarded Ling Xiao. "Senior brother, take it out. If this continues, we won't be able to kill him." Bai Menqing hurriedly called out to Wen Huang. Wen Huang hesitated for a moment before nodding. His spatial ring flashed, and a weapon with extremely strong elemental fluctuations appeared in his hand. This weapon was round like a bronze drum. At first glance, it looked a little old, but the surface of the bronze drum was as smooth as jade. Bursts of light flashed, making it look very strange. With the bronze drum in hand, Wen Huang and Bai Menqing's eyes were filled with incomparable fanaticism. "No matter how powerful you are, your life ends here." Wen Huang sneered. He gathered a powerful spiritual energy in his hand and slammed it down on the bronze drum. Dong dong! A rhythmic drumming sound rang out. Ling Xiao's body flickered, and after dodging all the attacks, he punched the two-headed snake away with a couple of heavy punches, and then exploded the two-headed snake into a pile of mush. Ling Xiao listened to the sonorous sound of the bronze drum and looked at Wen Huang and Bai Menqing with an inexplicable expression. "Beating the drum to boost your morale?" Ling Xiao looked playfully at Wen Huang, who was working hard to beat the bronze drum. He did not take advantage of this opportunity to attack. He wanted to see what kind of tricks the two brothers had up their sleeves. Wen Huang's complexion became paler and paler along with the sound of the bronze drum. His forehead was already covered in a thick layer of sweat. "Is beating the drum this hard?" Ling Xiao thought inexplicably. "Drum spirit, come out!" Wen Huang roared. With a flip of his hands, He tossed the bronze drum into the air and placed both palms on it at the same time. Dong dong. Shio. As he poured the last of his spiritual energy into the bronze drum, a ray of light rose from it. The magical light gradually condensed into the phantom of a ferocious man holding a drum. This muscular man was as tall and ferocious as an ancient giant. That huge drum was as big as a small mountain. It was hard to imagine. What is this? Ling Xiao stared blankly at the giant and murmured, "Drum spirit, kill him for me." When Huang pointed at Ling Xiao and said with difficulty, as if he had received the order, the giant and burly man grabbed the drumstick in his hand and hit it on the giant drum in his arms. Dong! The powerful sound of the drum was like a thunderclap, and it sounded like the 9 heavens were shaking. Pooh! Ling Xiao felt as if his internal body had been violently bombarded. His internal organs instantly ruptured, and his whole body was thrown far away like a cannonball. A mouthful of blood instantly spurted out. At this moment, the huge man and the illusion of the drum gradually disappeared from the sky. When Huang kept his bronze drum with difficulty and quickly swallowed a few pills to replenish his energy. Haha, you're finally dead. As expected of our sect's sacred object, it's really powerful. Bai Menxing laughed proudly. Don't be so proud. Hurry up and collect the emperor pills. Otherwise, when those resentful spirits gather again, we're dead for sure. When Huang glanced at Bai Menxing and shouted, Bai Menxing suddenly regained his senses and hurriedly flew to the giant crack to collect the emperor pills. When Huang glanced at Ling Xiao in the distance, who did not have the slightest reaction, and closed his eyes to recuperate with relief, because he firmly believed that with their Blue Sun sect's sacred object, Ling Xiao would die without a doubt. Thinking back to the time when he used this bronze drum to kill a mid-level heavenly venerable, it could be seen how terrifying the power of this bronze drum was. Bai Menxing quickly collected all the emperor pills before returning to Wen Huang's side with satisfaction. He saw that Wen Huang was recuperating and did not disturb him. He also took 2 pills and sat down quietly. In this dangerous place, he must always maintain his best state to have an extra layer of protection. Half an hour later, Bai Menxing stood up and walked over to Ling Xiao. This little brat's combat strength is so terrifying. He must have a lot of good things on him. Bai Menxing felt that Ling Xiao would die without a doubt, so he set his sights on Ling Xiao's space ring. Just as he approached Ling Xiao, he found that Ling Xiao's entire body was glowing with a faint golden light. His eyelids jumped and he hurriedly exclaimed, wanting to remind his senior brother that Ling Xiao was not dead. At the same time, the big saber in his hand appeared. However, just as he opened his mouth to speak, Ling Xiao's tiger eyes opened and a burst of spirit runes blasted towards Bai Menxing's knowledge sea. Bai Menxing's sea of consciousness was completely defenseless. Moreover, his spiritual force was far inferior to Ling Xiao's spiritual force. The spiritual runes arranged themselves in a mysterious way and occupied Bai Menxing's sea of consciousness, while Bai Menxing's spiritual force was directly erased by the runes. Looking at the sluggish Bai Menxing, Ling Xiao, who was lying under the rubble, showed a smug smile. Go kill your senior brother for me. Ling Xiao ordered Bai Menxing with his thoughts. Bai Menxing's expression was sluggish. After he received Ling Xiao's message, he immediately replied, yes. There was no emotion in his tone. Bai Menxing held his big saber and waved a powerful attribute attack towards Wen Huang, who was still healing himself. Chapter 624. The sudden gust of cold wind shocked Wen Huang, who was still recovering his breath. Junior brother, what are you doing? Wen Huang jumped up and hurriedly retreated. Bai Menxing was already under Ling Xiao's control. There was only one thought in his mind, and that was to kill the person in front of him. Bai Menxing used his full strength from the start. 5 clones appeared, and several different Bai Menxing attacked Wen Huang. Junior brother, could it be that you want to take the emperor pill for yourself? Wen Huang hurriedly shouted as he retreated. However, Bai Menxing was like a murderous maniac who had lost his mind. Every powerful move was aimed at Wen Huang. Wen Huang gritted his teeth and said, you little brat, I already knew that your ambition was not small. You actually didn't even let your senior brother go. Then you can go and die for me. When Huang couldn't tell what was wrong with Bai Menxing. He only thought that Bai Menxing wanted to kill him and take the emperor pill for himself so he could only fight back. Although when Huang was exhausted, he had already taken a pill to recover. His strength had already recovered to 70%, and with the help of the Aurora Eagle, he wasn't afraid of Bai Menxing. The two martial brothers were having a great time fighting over there. Waves of powerful elemental attacks collided with each other, creating a dull sound. Not far from them, in a pile of rocks, Ling Xiao was doing his best to recover his ruptured organs. A layer of golden light enveloped his body, and there seemed to be small dragons swimming around the light. It looked extremely agile and magical. Damn, what was that bronze drum just now? Its power was so terrifying. It almost took this young master's life. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and quickly recovered his strength. In his mind, however, he was thinking about that bronze drum. Right now, Ling Xiao's injuries could be said to be as bad as when he fell into the abyss of the desolate mountain range. His meridians, blood vessels, and internal organs were all in a mess. If it was a normal person, they would most likely be dead. However, Ling Xiao was indeed an undying cockroach, as Xian Yao had once said. Even under such serious injuries, he did not die. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's life was very tough, and the ancient Emperor Divine technique was also quite abnormal. His recovery ability was definitely not weak. Ling Xiao had already mastered the first 4 transformations, and he had already mastered the 5th transformation. As long as his head was not directly blown up and his dantian was not destroyed, he could possibly recover from all his injuries. This ancient emperor mystic technique was truly an unconventional immortal deity technique. While Bai Menxing and Wen Huang were fighting to the death, Ling Xiao seized the time to recover from his injuries. When he could move again, he took out several high-grade healing pills and swallowed them. With the help of the pill, Ling Xiao's body recovered even faster. On the other side, when Huang finally noticed that something was wrong with Bai Menxing, that was because he and the Extreme Light Eagle had already landed a few heavy blows on Bai Menxing, but every time Bai Menxing was thrown back, he would disregard his injuries and attack again, causing Wen Huang to be heavily injured. He did not think that his junior brother was not afraid of death, which was why he noticed his junior brother's strange behavior. He saw that Bai Menxing's eyes were filled with killing intent, his entire face expressionless, as if he had lost his mind and only knew how to attack. Could it be him? When Huang also stopped fighting with Bai Menxing, leaping onto the Extreme Light Eagle and dodging Bai Menxing's attacks. At the same time, his gaze landed on the figure not far away. As expected, it was this fellow's doing. Who would have thought that even the Saint Drum would not be able to kill you? Looking at the layers of gold light gradually emitting, when Huang suddenly understood. He was sure that his junior brother's current state was definitely due to Ling Xiao's doing. Eagle, you stop junior brother? I'll go kill him, when Huang exclaimed, and immediately flew off the eagle's back. When Huang leapt above Ling Xiao, the pure white lotus appeared once more, and a large amount of spiritual energy gathered. Demon, go and die for me. When Huang thought about how his ally had died inexplicably and how his junior brother seemed to have lost his mind, he felt that Ling Xiao definitely knew some demonic arts. Otherwise, how could he be able to silently kill people and control his junior brother? Right now, he was determined to kill Ling Xiao. Otherwise, the ones who would die would be them. However, just as he was about to attack Ling Xiao, something seemed to have intruded into his sea of consciousness, causing him to immediately lose consciousness and his mind to go blank. All right, both of you, come over and stay at the side, Ling Xiao weakly muttered as he lay on the ground. Then, when Huang and Bai Menxing were like two-door gods, expressionlessly landing by Ling Xiao's side, standing as straight as a pole, the Extreme Light Eagle inexplicably landed beside Wen Huang, its white eyes filled with confusion. Ling Xiao let the two of them stand there as he forced himself to climb up, once again urging his spiritual energy to heal his injuries. Rays of golden light flashed around his body, and his skin and hair actually turned golden. His entire person seemed abnormally noble. As his injuries gradually improved, his pale face gradually regained some of its color. Not long after, a few top-quality blood crystals appeared in his hand. He shattered them with one hand and sucked in the powerful blood energy. The golden light became more and more dazzling, finally turning into a 7-clawed golden dragon that rushed into the sky and roared. After 4 hours, Ling Xiao finally recovered to his peak state. If it was in the past, with such heavy injuries, it would have taken him a day and a night to recover to his peak. However, the current Ling Xiao's realm was not comparable to the past, and his recovery speed had also increased by several times. Ling Xiao looked at the two-door gods Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng and smiled faintly. I said I would take good care of you, but I didn't expect to almost fail miserably. Fortunately, this young master's life is tough. Now you can serve this young master to the death. Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng had already been subjected to an intermediate spirit rune curse by Ling Xiao. Their consciousness had been erased by Ling Xiao, and at the same time, Ling Xiao's will was planted in them. So they were now like puppets that could only listen to Ling Xiao's orders. Take out that bronze drum for this young master to see. Ling Xiao immediately issued his first order to Wen Huang. Just now, he had suddenly been struck by the bronze drum, and if it weren't for the fact that his body was a bit stronger, he likely would have been turned to dust. Yang Kai felt that this bronze drum was definitely a powerful killing tool, possibly a saint artifact-grade treasure. Such a good thing, no matter who it was, they would not let it go. When Huang followed Ling Xiao's instructions and took out the bronze drum from his space ring, Ling Xiao took the bronze drum and found that besides the smooth front, the other parts of the drum looked like an antique. At the same time, there seemed to be something missing from one of the corners of the drum, making it seem incomplete. Moreover, there were several damaged areas on the back of the drum. It seemed that this was just an incomplete treasure. Even a broken treasure is so powerful. This bronze drum must have some history. Ling Xiao murmured to himself as he caressed the drum. Then he turned to Wen Huang and asked, "What is this bronze drum called? Is it a saint artifact?" Wen Huang's expression was dull, and he didn't answer Ling Xiao's question. Ling Xiao patted his forehead in annoyance and muttered to himself, "I forgot that this guy's consciousness is already gone. How could he know what this thing is? It seems that this intermediate spirit curse isn't good enough. A primary spirit curse could only cause the opponent's consciousness to fall into disarray, while an intermediate spirit curse could control another's knowledge sea and make them work for oneself. However, the opponent's consciousness would also be erased, leaving them as loyal as a death knight, unable to think. This was the state that Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng were in right now. Only by reaching the advanced spirit incantation could the opponent retain their own consciousness, and at the same time, force their own consciousness to obey. However, the person being controlled could also think and cultivate to a higher level. This was the difference between the several grades. Forget it. This kind of trash can only serve as temporary subordinates. They're not worthy of being my loyal servants. Ling Xiao sighed and shook his head, then had the two of them hand over their space rings to him. I'm sorry, but I'm sorry. No matter how many emperor pills they had, once they died, everything inside would belong to him, so Ling Xiao didn't bother counting. However, he asked Bai Mensheng to take out the clone technique profound skill from the space ring. He originally only wanted to test if Bai Mensheng had the cloning technique's mystical skill collection. After all, most sects would only impart mystical skills to their disciples, and would not allow them to take out the mystical skill. Who knew that Bai Mensheng would really take out a scroll of mystical skills? Ling Xiao could tell at a glance that this was a handwritten scroll, so the original scroll should still be in the Blue Sun religion. Despite this, Ling Xiao was very satisfied. He had been observing the clone technique they used before and felt that it was somewhat useful, so he planned to learn from it. It took Ling Xiao less than half an hour to memorize the incantation of the doppelganger technique. It turned out that this profound skill was called Limitless Clone Technique. Although it also used a short burst of speed to create illusions, there was a big difference, and that was that each of the illusions was really infused with the aura of the real body. When the illusions were manipulated, they would transform into different attacks, looking no different from the real person, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. This limitless clone technique was actually a purple rank profound skill. It was the Jun sect profound skill of the Blue Sun religion, and only true disciples could cultivate it. When the limitless clone technique was cultivated to the great accomplishment stage, it could be divided into 7 by 749 illusions at the same time. However, this great accomplishment stage could only be successfully cultivated by people with the wind attribute. Generally, this clone technique could only be cultivated to 12 illusions at the most. This clone technique is indeed a little interesting, Ling Xiao murmured with a satisfied smile. Just think about it, if he cultivated this clone technique to the great accomplishment stage, he would be able to create countless illusions to fight with his opponent at the same time, and he would probably be able to scare his opponent silly. Not only that, the limitless clone technique also had a special characteristic, and that was that after cultivating it to the great accomplishment stage, those clones could also attack. Although the attack was not as terrifying as the real body, it still existed. For example, when Ling Xiao cultivated the limitless clone technique to the great accomplishment stage, he could create countless clones to fight with his opponent. At that time, the scene would probably be as exciting as a group of Europeans. Ling Xiao was interested in the limitless clone technique, so he threw the matter of searching for the Emperor pellet to the back of his mind and started to cultivate it. Chapter 6:25. In a desolate land, weeds and birds were rarely seen. Occasionally, a few gusts of cold wind would blow past, causing people to feel exceptionally cold. A figure sat quietly on the rock, allowing the cold wind to blow, but still did not move. That handsome face gave people an inexplicable attraction. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up into a faint smile, revealing a hint of evil. Not far behind him, two silhouettes stood upright like pine trees. A large white condor looked around, occasionally pecking at the rocks on the ground. It seemed extremely bored. Suddenly, the figure sitting quietly opened his tiger-like eyes, and an imposing aura burst forth at this moment. So, on the rocks in front of him, more than 10 identical figures appeared at the same time, and each of their movements were actually different. Some were waving their fists, some were kicking, and some were making faces. Counting carefully, there were actually 18 identical figures, including the figure sitting on the rock. There were a total of 19 identical figures. Each figure seemed to have the same aura, making it difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake. Those who did not know would have thought that there were 19 twins appearing. However, these dozen figures did not appear for long, and only maintained for a dozen breaths of time before disappearing at the same time, leaving only the figure sitting on the rock. This figure was none other than Ling Xiao, who cultivated the limitless doppelganger technique. He had already stayed here for a month, and in a month, he had cultivated the limitless doppelganger technique to 18 clones. If this speed were to reach the ears of the Blue Sun sect's sect leader, he would probably exclaim that he was a genius. One had to know that there was no lack of wind attribute martial artists in the Blue Sun sect who cultivated the doppelganger technique, but if they wanted to cultivate the doppelganger technique to 19 clones, it would probably be difficult to achieve without a few years of effort. Of course, the reason why Ling Xiao was able to reach this point so quickly, other than the fact that his cultivation of Tenbin was astonishing, it was even more because his comprehension of profound skills was more thorough than others. This was because he had already understood the cloud track phantom steps, which was a type of movement technique, and had a slight connection with the limitless doppelganger technique. As long as he could comprehend the essence of it, it would not be difficult to cultivate it to a higher realm. However, Ling Xiao himself was very dissatisfied with this. Only 18 doppelgangers. I'm afraid it will be difficult to reach the limitless and formless state without a few years of hard work. Ling Xiao shook his head and muttered to himself. If the people from the Blue Sun sect were to hear this, they would probably wail and shout, "Quickly come and strike this bastard with lightning!" This speed had already surpassed the record of their Blue Sun sect's cloning technique, yet this fellow was still not satisfied. He was simply not letting them live. Ling Xiao stood up, patted the dust off his back, and looked in a certain direction. After absorbing the remnant soul of a half-step sovereign, my mental strength has skyrocketed. Now, I can sense what's going on tens of thousands of meters away. It's time for me to exert my strength. Thus, Ling Xiao and his two followers began to walk deeper into the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. During this month, Ling Xiao had collected a lot of broken weapons, but he realized that none of them were like the mystical pearl that he had obtained previously. Presumably, not many of these destroyed weapons could withstand the wear and tear of time. At the same time, Ling Xiao found nearly 100 emperor elixirs from a few places where resentful spirits gathered. With the miraculous emptiness spiritual hand, Ling Xiao did not need to have any conflict with those resentful spirits. He could directly take these emperor elixirs away silently. However, Ling Xiao was very disappointed that he did not encounter the remnant soul of a half-step sovereign like before. He was eager to absorb a few more of these powerful remnant souls so that his mental strength could fill up his sea of consciousness as soon as possible and open up a new world. The deeper Ling Xiao went, the stronger the resentful spirits he encountered. Many of them had reached the strength of a high-level heavenly venerable. Occasionally, he could see the corpses of a few earthly sovereign and spirit beasts. They must have been killed by the resentful spirits or their companions. On this day, Ling Xiao arrived at a towering stone peak. Surprisingly, this stone peak was not completely destroyed. However, the highest part of the peak seemed to have been flattened by a sharp weapon. There were many terrifying fist and palm prints on the mountain. Although it had been destroyed, it still stood tall and was extremely eye-catching. At the foot of this mountain, many auras had already gathered. Before Ling Xiao could reach 1,000 meters from the mountain, a figure blocked Ling Xiao's path and shouted, "This place has already been taken over by the Gu, and Bu clans, the Ghost Darkness sect and the Yin Yang sect. If you don't want to die, you can scram now." Ling Xiao sat on the Aurora Eagle and squinted at the high-level earthly sovereign in front of him. His good mood had been ruined by this person. "Teach this blind guy a lesson," Ling Xiao said disdainfully as he dug his ear. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, two strong gusts of wind immediately swept out from behind him. "Bastard, you actually dare to provoke us, the five major forces. You must have eaten the guts of a leopard." The high-level earthly sovereign was used to being arrogant. Although he knew that Ling Xiao's personal combat ability was extraordinary, he was not afraid. He actually raised his spear and faced the two figures head-on. Ling Xiao leisurely lay on the back of the eagle and watched Wen Huang and Bai Menqing fight against the high-level earthly sovereign. It's not bad to occasionally watch a show. Ling Xiao had a piece of dried grass in his mouth and looked very relaxed. He discovered that the high-level earthly sovereign's combat strength was not bad. No matter what, Wen Huang and Bai Menqing were the true disciples of the Blue Sun sect. Their strength was not inferior to the disciples of the 18 major forces. Moreover, the two of them were peak earthly sovereigns. Even under their joint attack, they still could not take down the opponent. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh that the disciples of the 18 major forces were indeed extraordinary. Even so, the high-level earthly sovereign was not as reckless as Wen Huang and Bai Menqing. It was becoming more and more difficult for him to defend, and his defeat was already obvious. "Who dares to behave atrociously here?" A clear voice rang out, and then a few figures appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Without saying a word, three people immediately joined the battle circle to help the high-level earthly sovereign fight against Wen Huang and Bai Menqing. "What is the meaning of this?" A beautiful young woman stared at Ling Xiao with her almond-shaped eyes and shouted. This woman was the beauty from the Gu family, Gu Xiaohe. She was wearing a set of tight clothes, and her exquisite figure was vividly outlined. Her slender, round, and pure white jade-like legs were even more attractive. Ling Xiao couldn't help but take a few more glances at her beautiful legs. She held a golden spear in her hand, giving off a heroic aura. Compared to the average woman, she had an extra sense of strength. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. "I don't mean anything else. I just don't like this guy." Gu Xiaohe frowned. "Ling Xiao, don't think that we're afraid of you just because you dare to go against the medicine sect. Don't you know that this area has been sealed off by the 5 major forces? If you know what's good for you, leave immediately, and I can pretend that nothing happened." Ling Xiao raised his brows. "Hehe. The chaos abyss of war doesn't have a rule that only people from the major forces can come here. So you've made up your mind to be our enemy? Gu Xiaohe frowned and asked. If that's your interpretation, then it doesn't matter to me. Ling Xiao shrugged. Since that's the case, kill those two for me. Gu Xiaohe ordered the others. At the same time, Gu Xiaohe's golden spear stabbed towards Ling Xiao, and a golden ray formed into the shape of a dragon as it roared towards Ling Xiao. For some reason, Ling Xiao felt a sense of familiarity when he saw Gu Xiaohe's golden ray attack. However, Ling Xiao didn't have time to think about it. He immediately reached out to grab the golden dragon. Gu Xiaohe already knew that Ling Xiao had a monstrous physique, so he immediately used his spear to attack Ling Xiao. In the face of so many attacks, Ling Xiao wore a charming smile and murmured, "Your spear technique isn't bad, but I don't know if you can hit me." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of doppelgangers appeared. The spear covered one of the doppelgangers, but the other doppelgangers attacked Gu Xiaohe from different directions. This is the doppelganger technique, Gu Xiaohe exclaimed, and the spear in her hand kept stabbing at the doppelgangers that were attacking her. She noticed that these doppelgangers seemed to have fluctuations in their auras, and she couldn't tell which one was the real Ling Xiao. It seemed like the doppelgangers she stabbed were all Ling Xiao's doppelgangers. Just as Gu Xiaohe was attacking randomly, several doppelgangers appeared behind her. The doppelganger had a sinister smile on his face, making him look extremely perverted. "This little bud is quite perky. I wonder how it feels," the doppelganger murmured, and his large hand smacked that perky but without any hesitation. Smack. TSK TSK. This feels really good. It's bouncy. The doppelganger waved his hand proudly. This doppelganger was not Ling Xiao's doppelganger, but his real self. Ah! Gu Xiaohe cried out in surprise, and she leaped far away. Her face was flushed, and her beautiful eyes were filled with murderous intent. "Damn it! How dare you take advantage of me? I'll kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, a huge beast shadow slowly appeared beside her. Roar! A golden Jiao dragon actually appeared in the sky, and its roar spread in all directions. The dragon's scales on its sturdy body were very eye-catching, and its head that resembled both a snake and a dragon looked very mighty and extraordinary. Its 5 huge claws were constantly waving, making it look extremely ferocious. "It's a rank 5 Jiao dragon," Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise. He really didn't expect Gu Xiaohe's spiritual beast to be a golden Jiao dragon. One should know that Jiao dragons were extremely rare, and they usually existed in primitive mountain ranges. Their combat power was extremely terrifying, and not just anyone could provoke them. Their combat power was at the peak among those of the same cultivation level. Ling Xiao also had a Jiao dragon, but it was of the water attribute. However, Ling Xiao was very clear about the offensive power of the Jiao dragon clan. "Humph! It's too late for you to regret now. Just die." Gu Xiaohe glared at Ling Xiao and snorted coldly. Then, she commanded the golden Jiao dragon to attack Ling Xiao. The dragon's roar reached the 9 heavens, and the golden light was dazzling, and the murderous intent was boiling. Ling Xiao retreated continuously, and his eyes were filled with complex emotions. He seemed to have sensed something, but he couldn't be sure. Chapter 626. At this moment, several figures flew over from afar. "Xiaohe, what's going on?" Gu Yufei, the leader of the Gu family's younger generation, frowned and called out to Gu Xiaohe. "This bastard took advantage of my Ping Yi. I must kill him." Gu Xiaohe didn't care about shyness and replied. "One man and one beast continued to chase after Ling Xiao. Took advantage of your Ping Yi?" Gu Yufei's face was instantly filled with black lines and his anger rose. "Brother Gu, don't be so hasty. I think that Ling Xiao is a little arrogant, but he's not bad. Let's ask him about it first." A mature and charming woman beside Gu Yufei said faintly. Her beautiful eyes were focused on Ling Xiao's movements. At this moment, A young man wearing a strange Taoist robe beside the woman said, "That's right. A person who dares to cause trouble in the medicine sect and has the Feng family as his backing. His background can't be too weak. You can't be thinking of letting him join us, right?" Gu Yufei didn't think that they would help Ling Xiao out of the kindness of their hearts. He felt that they were definitely trying to use Ling Xiao. "Brother Gu, you're wrong. Just now, we couldn't even decide who to send to scout the path. Now that there's a better choice, why should we give it up?" The charming woman said with a charming smile. No one would have thought that such a flirtatious woman would have such a ruthless heart. "That's right. I think that Miss Bu has a good idea." Another man in a Taoist robe agreed. Gu Yufei frowned and hesitated for a moment before saying, "All right, I'll listen to you this time." He then turned to Gu Xiaohe, who was still chasing after Ling Xiao, and shouted, "Little sister, come back here." Gu Xiaohe was furious, but she didn't go against her brother's words. She angrily put away the golden Jiao dragon and flew back to Gu Yufei's side. "Big brother, you must kill that brat." Gu Xiaohe gritted her teeth. When she thought of the embarrassing scene just now, her face turned red again. "And don't worry, I won't let that brat have an easy time." Gu Yufei nodded lightly. Following that, Gu Yufei and the others called back the people fighting with Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng. Ling Xiao also ordered Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng to stop attacking. However, the few of them looked extremely battered and exhausted. The people from the major forces had all suffered varying degrees of injuries. That high-level Earth Sovereign was even more seriously injured. The hideous wound on his chest was very frightening. On the other side, Wen Huang, Bai Mensheng, and the Aurora Eagle were in an even more miserable state. The 2 humans and 1 beast were covered in blood, and it was a frightening sight. Their auras had already dropped by half, and if it wasn't for Ling Xiao's will telling them to kill each other, they would have already fallen. Ling Xiao looked at the 2 of them and shook his head. "Looks like it's over. How boring." Although Wen Huang and Bai Mensheng were about to die, Ling Xiao still didn't kill them. After all, he had always felt that he was a kind person. If they were to die, they would be killed by others or by themselves. He wouldn't kill his own people. At this time, Gu Yufei, Gu Xiaohe, and a man and a woman flew towards Ling Xiao. Gu Xiaohe's beautiful eyes glared at Ling Xiao as if she couldn't wait to eat Ling Xiao alive. Ling Xiao pretended not to see Gu Xiaohe's murderous eyes. His gaze landed on another beauty that wasn't inferior to Gu Xiaohe. His gaze swept across the charming beauty's body without any hesitation. He exclaimed in his heart, "This girl's figure isn't any worse than that girl from the Feng family. She's really interesting." Women, no matter who they were, would always prefer beautiful women. Ling Xiao was no exception. However, he loved mature and charming women the most. The woman in front of him was obviously the type that Ling Xiao liked. However, he was a lot more restrained now. There were many women around him, so he couldn't casually provoke them. Of course, if the beauty insisted on sticking to him, he wouldn't mind. The people in front of Ling Xiao didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so daring in his lust. Of course, to stare at a beautiful woman like this without letting go, if it was any other time, they would have killed him with a single slap. Whether it was her appearance or figure, the woman was comparable to Feng Yaxin from the Feng family. Her temperament wasn't inferior to Feng Yaxin either. However, there was one thing that Feng Yaxin couldn't compare to. Her peach blossom eyes were filled with spring and apricot. They looked extremely alluring. This kind of coquettish gaze was something that Ling Xiao had only seen from Yu Yanlai, who used to be in the same sect. This woman was the daughter of the Bu family, Bu Qing. She had the strength of an Earth Emperor. Other than Gu Yufei, the feminine man in the Taoist robe was a peak Earth Emperor from the Ghost sect. He was known as the Ghost Child. The 3 of them were the leaders of their respective forces. Their temperament wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Bu Qing didn't care about Ling Xiao's gaze at all. Instead, she smiled and said, "Young Master Ling, I really didn't expect to meet you here. But why did you make little sister Gu angry?" Bu Qing's words were very interesting. She didn't mention the fight just now. Instead, She asked Ling Xiao as if she was talking about family matters. It's just a misunderstanding. I wonder if Ling Xiao has the honor of knowing this beautiful sister's name? Ling Xiao said in a polite and gentlemanly manner. Bastard. Who said it's a misunderstanding? Gu Xiaohe was furious. She felt that Ling Xiao was really a pervert. How dare he take advantage of her? Now he was looking at Bu Qing in such a presumptuous manner. She wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible to vent her anger. Bu Qing's beautiful eyes flickered. She smiled and said, I'm Bu Qing. You can call me Bu Qing or Qing Qing. Ling Xiao shamelessly smiled and said, Qing Qing. Not bad. It's a nice name. Then I'll call you that from now on. He thought to himself, so she's from the Bu clan. Gu Yufei and the ghost child's expressions turned cold. They felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He actually called the name of the girl they liked so intimately. Bu Qing smiled sweetly and said, Young Master Ling, are you interested in the ancient peak in front? Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and said, Of course I'm interested, but I heard that you've sealed it off? I wonder if there's such a thing? Of course it's sealed off for others. But it's not a problem for young Master Ling. We don't dare to be careless with someone who dares to challenge the medicine gate. Bu Qing was good with words. She praised Ling Xiao to the heavens. Ling Xiao felt very comfortable. He smiled modestly and said, Qing Qing is really good at praising me. I, Ling Xiao, am not worthy of such praise. The others looked at Ling Xiao, but they didn't see any not worthy expression on his face. Instead, he had a smug smile on his face. Bu Qing suddenly changed the topic. She pointed at the peak in front of them and said, I wonder if young Master Ling is interested in searching for the sovereign pellets with us. I'm sure you can sense the powerful soul power undulations over there. There are many sovereign pellets over there. Ling Xiao was stunned. He couldn't understand what this woman was thinking. However, Ling Xiao was a fearless person. He wouldn't miss out on this opportunity. He nodded and said, Since Qing Qing thinks so highly of me, I'm naturally interested. But Bu Qing looked at Ling Xiao's hesitant face and asked, But what? But how are we going to split the sovereign pellets? Ling Xiao asked, You don't have to worry about that. We'll rely on our own abilities. Whoever gets the most will get it. Bu Qing replied, Qing Qing, I trust you. I just don't know if these two brothers and the rest of our brothers and sisters are willing to do this. Ling Xiao flattered Bu Qing. You don't have to worry. They won't have any objections. Bu Qing replied. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment. All right, if that's the case, I'll go with you. At this time, Bu Qing revealed a satisfied smile. But under this smile, there was a hidden scheme. Ling Xiao followed Bu Qing and the others to the foot of the mountain. There were already dozens of people waiting there. When they saw Ling Xiao, all of them revealed unfriendly expressions. At this time, two young men in luxurious clothes and a woman who was as beautiful as Gu Xiaohe and Bu Qing walked over. Why is there an outsider here? Gu Qingfeng of the Gu family asked Bu Qing and the others coldly. The holy son and holy daughter of the Yin-Yang god cult also looked at Bu Qing, Gu Yufei, and the Japanese, hoping that they could give them a reasonable explanation. Therefore, Bu Qing briefly explained the situation to them. At the same time, she told the three of them that she was just using Ling Xiao. However, Gu Qingfeng obviously did not want Ling Xiao to interfere. Although it would be less dangerous to have a scout, he had a feeling that Ling Xiao would become an uneasy factor in their relationship. The five forces restrained each other and balanced each other. There would not be any trouble, but if there was an unknown expert, it would be troublesome if he joined one of the forces. Therefore, Gu Qingfeng firmly refused to allow Ling Xiao to go with them. Bu Qing, I think we should forget about it. It's enough for us to split this place. He should go back to where he came from. Gu Qingfeng said coldly. He looked at Ling Xiao with a threatening expression. Bu Qing did not know why Gu Qingfeng was against it, but she secretly gave him a look. At the same time, she advised, Brother Gu, with Brother Ling's relationship with the Feng clan and his courage to challenge the medicine gate, I think he is qualified to go with us. Brother Gu and Brother Gue have agreed to this. I think the Holy Son and Holy Daughter won't mind, right? I think we should listen to Brother Gu. After all, he is only one person. It is not appropriate for him to go with us. The Holy Son of the Yin-Yang God cult suddenly said. However, he chose to support Gu Qingfeng's opinion. For a moment, Gu Qing did not know what to say. After all, she knew that the Gu clan and the Yin-Yang God cult had a good relationship. Once they joined forces, her voice would be much weaker. Hee. Qing, don't be embarrassed. Since they don't want me to go with you, I will go alone. Ling Xiao smiled and strode towards the mountain peak. How dare you not put me, Gu Qingfeng, in your eyes? Gu Qingfeng shouted. A strong killing intent flashed in his eyes. A powerful energy blasted towards Ling Xiao's back. Chapter 627. As an outstanding disciple of the Gu clan, Gu Qingfeng had participated in the last imperial ranking tournament with his brothers and sisters. At that time, he had just stepped into the high-level earthly sovereign realm, but he had become one of the top 100 combat emperors in that tournament. Now that 10 years had passed, he hadn't suddenly broken through to the heavenly venerable realm. He had only reached the peak of the earthly sovereign realm. It wasn't that he, Tenbin, was incapable, but he wanted to make a comeback this time and become one of the top 10 imperial killing emperors. He wanted to win an honorary title for the Gu clan. After all, no one from the Gu clan was among the top 10 imperial killing emperors in the last tournament. The cave abode in front of him was a place that he, the Gu clan, the Bu clan, the Ghost sect, and the Yin-Yang sect had discovered in the last tournament. It gave people a palpitating feeling, and there seemed to be terrifying soul power fluctuations hidden in it. Generally, there would be a lot of emperor pills in such a powerful place. Therefore, the various forces had agreed to enter together to search for emperor pills. In the last tournament, many people from the various forces had entered this cave abode, but none of them had appeared in the end. They were sure that there must be great danger inside, and great opportunities accompanied such great danger. Although they wouldn't encounter any top-grade spiritual flowers or herbs in this vast and boundless space, there were more resources here than in the outside world. Those who had died here were all almighty figures of the 4 majestic empires, and they all had extraordinary means. Although they had all fallen in this ancient battlefield, who could be sure that they hadn't left behind any inheritance or peerless treasures? It should be known that in the past, there had been some extremely lucky earthly sovereigns who had obtained an inheritance left behind by an emperor-level powerhouse, or obtained an ancient sacred artifact that had been lost a long time ago. These things had already been confirmed. So many earthly sovereigns knew that this place was full of danger, but they still went to these dangerous places like moths to a flame. In addition to fighting for a ranking in the imperial ranking tournament, their other goal was to obtain this peerless opportunity and embark on a glorious path of martial arts. As for Gu Qingfeng and the others, they were fully prepared this time. They would definitely find a way to take everything out of the cave mansion. The Gu clan was on friendly terms with the Yin-Yang sect, while the Gu clan was on good terms with the Bu clan. The Ghost Dark sect remained neutral. None of the 5 clans wanted to be the first pathfinder. The reason why Bu Qing asked Ling Xiao to join them was that she wanted Ling Xiao to be the pathfinder. However, she didn't expect that Gu Qingfeng would object at this time. Ling Xiao was also out of her expectations. He didn't even care about the Gu clan's face and directly walked towards the mountain peak. Gu Qingfeng was furious and immediately attacked Ling Xiao. A powerful green sword blade stabbed towards Ling Xiao's back. This attack was fast and swift. It was much more powerful than an attack from a peak earthly sovereign. Gu Qingfeng wanted to finish off Ling Xiao with a single move. Moreover, Gu Qingfeng's move was considered a sneak attack. It was already too late for most people to defend themselves. No matter how strong Ling Xiao's defense was, he would still be injured. Gu Xiaohe shouted in his heart, "Kill this damned pervert!" With Ling Xiao's agility and reflexes, it wasn't a problem for him to dodge Gu Qingfeng's attack. However, he still walked forward as if he didn't care about Gu Qingfeng's sneak attack at all. Boom! Gu Qingfeng looked at Ling Xiao, who was hit by his powerful attack, and smiled disdainfully. I thought you had some skills. I didn't expect you to be so weak. Buqing, you don't seem to have a good eye. However, as soon as he finished speaking, an even more disdainful voice sounded. This kind of attack isn't even worthy of making this young master feel itchy. Sigh. These days, the weaker the person, the more arrogant they are. You should really learn from a strong man like this young master. It's better to always keep a low profile. Everyone stared dumbfounded at the gradually fading figure in the distance. Buqing came back to her senses and smiled. Hey, young Master Ling is indeed interesting. The more I look, the more I like him. After saying that, she swayed her hips and led the Bu clan's people to follow the slender figure. At this time, Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe also led the Gu clan's people to follow. The ghost sex devil child did not fall behind. Brother Gu, let's go in as well. Since that brat wants to show off, let's give him a chance. I'm afraid that he won't even have a corpse left. The saint of the yin-yang sex face flashed with a smile that was like a spring breeze. He seemed to be very amiable, but who knew that an unknown killing intent flashed in his eyes. Gu Qingfeng clenched his fists and looked at Ling Zhao's back with an ashen expression. The thick killing intent in his eyes was not concealed at all. Brat, if I let you walk out of the abyss of war alive, I'll write my name backwards. Gu Qingfeng made a decision in his heart. He was one of the top 100 combat emperors in the previous abyss of war, an old man who had successfully left the abyss of war. Moreover, he was a descendant of the Gu clan. Now that he was being looked down upon by a mid-stage Earth Emperor, it was really hard for him to swallow this anger. However, he still knew how to look at the big picture. Now that he had a conflict with Ling Xiao, he was afraid that it would be disadvantageous for them to enter the cave, so he endured it. If Ling Xiao died inside, then so be it. If he didn't die, then he, Gu Qingfeng, was not someone to be trifled with. Walking on the bare mountain peak, Ling Xiao did not look like he was facing a great enemy. Instead, he looked as if he was sightseeing a beautiful scenery. Behind him, there were two inseparable figures following closely like bodyguards. On this mountain peak, Ling Xiao did not see a single resentful spirit. But the more it was like this, the more he felt that there was a great mystery in this mountain peak. Among the young leaders of the 5 major forces behind Ling Xiao, none of them were moving alone with their family members. They were actually following not far behind Ling Xiao, as if they were following Ling Xiao's lead. If other Earth Emperors were to see this scene, their jaws would probably drop to the ground in shock. One had to know that every descendant of the 18 major forces had their eyes on the top of their heads. How could they be willing to follow behind a mid-stage Earth Emperor? Although Ling Xiao did not see their faces, he could imagine the excitement on their faces. None of them were willing to be the vanguard. They all hoped that Ling Xiao could rush into the cave on the mountainside as soon as possible. However, Ling Xiao was walking at a snail's pace, which made them extremely angry. Brat, are you going in or not? Gu Qingfeng could not help but shout. When had he ever suffered this kind of humiliation? He was actually following behind a nobody and eating the dust. The expressions of the Saint's son, Saintess Gu Yufei, Gu Xiaohe, and the devil child from the yin-yang religion turned cold as well. Only Buqing still maintained her charming demeanor, as if she was not the slightest bit displeased. After hearing Gu Qingfeng's shout, Ling Xiao simply sat down on the ground as if he was lazy. He ignored Gu Qingfeng and sighed softly. It's really tiring to climb this mountain. Let's sit down and rest. Ling Zhao's sudden words almost caused the people behind him to fall to the ground. What the hell is he talking about? It's extremely easy for a dignified Earth Emperor rank expert to destroy a mountain, yet he dares to say such words? He's obviously just pretending to be cute. Buqing, Gu Xiaohe, and the saintess of the yin-yang religion could not help but burst into laughter. Buqing looked at Ling Xiao with an indescribable expression, and Gu Xiaohe's expression changed slightly as well. They all thought to themselves, this guy actually has a humorous side. Gu Qingfeng's expression was extremely ugly. If I don't kill you today, I won't be surnamed Gu anymore. After saying that, a green high-grade long sword appeared in his hand, and he was about to attack Ling Xiao. However, before he could make his move, A gust of wind blew towards him. Everyone felt their vision blur, and the next moment, they found that Ling Xiao was already beside Gu Qingfeng. Not only that, but Gu Qingfeng's neck was already tightly gripped by Ling Xiao, causing his face to turn red. The other 9 people from the Gu family were immediately enraged. "What are you doing? Let Brother Qingfeng go, or you'll be in big trouble. How dare you offend our Gu family? Kid, let Brother Qingfeng go if you know what's good for you. Let him go, or you won't be able to leave this place." Looking at the members of the Gu family who were about to eat him alive, Ling Xiao changed his original lazy look, and a domineering aura exuded from him. "Let me tell you, if you dare to scold me again, I'll make sure that every member of the Gu family dies here." After saying that, his body glowed with a dazzling 5-colored light, and a terrifying aura forced the people around him to take a step back unconsciously. Most of the people present were high-level earthly emperors, and only a few were mid-level earthly emperors. They could all feel the strong pressure from Ling Xiao, and even the aura of a low-level heavenly venerable couldn't make them lose their composure like this. Gu Qingfeng, whose neck was being gripped by Ling Xiao, was even more shocked. Sensing the 5-colored divine light around Ling Xiao, it wasn't difficult for him to guess that Ling Xiao was someone who cultivated multiple attributes at the same time. No wonder his combat power was so terrifying. "Brother Ling, for the sake of the Gu family and our Yin-Yang sect, let's forget about this matter. Brother Gu didn't mean to offend you." The saint of the Yin-Yang sect stood up and said indifferently. At this time, Bu Qing also spoke up. "That's right, young Master Ling, we can be considered allies for the time being. It's not good for anyone to make such a big fuss, not to mention that there are still Emperor pills waiting for us to find here. If other forces find out about this place, I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to get more benefits." Ling Xiao had no intention of killing Gu Qingfeng, so he immediately tossed him aside. "Don't think that I, Ling Xiao, am easy to bully just because I'm a little weak. I'm not even afraid of the medicine sect, let alone your Gu family." Ling Xiao glared at Gu Qingfeng and warned. All right, Gu family, listen up. Everyone attack together and kill this arrogant little bastard. I want him to live a life worse than death." Gu Qingfeng shouted in shame and indignation. This time, he had lost all his face, and he could no longer suppress the surging killing intent in his heart. Just as the battle between the Gu family and Ling Xiao was about to start, a strange scene occurred in the cave on the mountainside. Chapter 628. A mountain peak that had its peak flattened. From afar, the dazzling array of scars was a shocking sight. It looked like an old man that had one foot in the grave and could collapse at any time. There was a black cave entrance halfway up the mountain peak. The cave entrance was emitting a corrosive and cold aura. Before this, there had been no movement in the cave. At this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. The cave entrance was like a heaven-devouring beast. A terrifying suction force was released. All the resentful spirits within a radius of 10,000 miles rushed towards the mountain peak at the same time. These resentful spirits that had not dissipated for 10,000 years actually had a look of terror on their faces. It was as if they had met their nemesis. They struggled desperately to escape, but it was a pity that they found it was useless. This scene happened just as the Gu clan was about to make a move on Ling Xiao. "Come. Today I will show the Gu clan what it means to be a frog in a well. I, a mid-stage Earth Sovereign, am not a weakling that you can pinch as you please." Ling Xiao no longer cared about anything else and shouted at the Gu clan. In this chaos abyss of war, even if he killed everyone in the Gu clan, no one would dare to say anything. Even if he went outside, it would not be easy for the Gu clan to hunt him down. With his strength, even if he could not defeat them, he could still escape. Moreover, he had 3 super bodyguards by his side. If they really angered him, he could directly go and destroy the Gu clan. That would be the end of it. Ling Xiao had an extraordinarily handsome appearance. When he was not serious, he exuded an evil aura that was fatal to women. However, when he was serious, he was like a god of war, which made people worship him even more. No matter what kind of woman he was, they would have the urge to fall in love with him. His body was covered in a layer of 5-colored dragon-scale armor. He looked so majestic, with the ice and fire sword in his hand, his murderous intent spread out. His disdainful eyes were filled with a wild and domineering aura. Bu Qing, Gu Xiaohe, and the saintess of the Yin-Yang god sect were all infatuated with him. They discovered that Ling Xiao was filled with the supreme might of an emperor. They could not help but feel like submitting to him. The others, on the other hand, felt a sense of submission and fear towards Ling Xiao. Their auras could not help but weaken. The Gu clan was stunned. No one dared to step forward to challenge him. Their arrogance seemed to have shrunk by more than half. Gu Qingfeng was worthy of being the leader of the Gu clan. He quickly recovered from his momentary daze and shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack together." Just as the Gu clan was about to attack Ling Xiao, Gu Yufei of the Gu clan exclaimed, "Look, what that is!" At Gu Yufei's exclamation, everyone couldn't help but look in the direction he was looking. The countless vengeful spirits were like swallows returning to their nest as they flew towards their mountain peak. It was a black mass of resentful souls. They could not even count how many there were. Moreover, every single one of them had already condensed successfully. Their strength was comparable to a heavenly venerable. Even an emperor stage cultivator would go weak at the sight of such a terrifying swarm of resentful souls, let alone Earth sovereign stage cultivators like them. So many resentful souls. This is too scary. Don't tell me they're coming for us. Quick, run or it'll be too late. Can we still run? Look, resentful souls are flying towards us from all directions. Is this a nest of resentful souls? Are we really going to die here? I'm not willing to die like this. The expressions of the disciples of the 5 forces changed at the same time, and all of them revealed expressions of extreme shock. No matter how strong they were, facing these inhumane and incomparably powerful resentful souls, there were times when they were afraid. Don't worry. Look, they're being sucked in by the hole. Bu Qing was indeed a heroine. She was bold and meticulous enough to discover the crux of the matter. Guizi nodded his head heavily and said, "That's right. Those resentful souls seemed to be very afraid. They were sucked in by the hole. Everyone calm down and quickly hide your auras." The people from the Gu clan could no longer care about fighting with Ling Xiao. All of them hid their auras, afraid that they would be sucked in by the hole. The people from the 5 forces silently watched as the resentful souls were swallowed into the hole one by one. Their faces turned incomparably pale. Even the domineering Ling Xiao couldn't help but retract his aura and stare at the hole with a serious expression. He thought to himself, "What a powerful soul force fluctuation. This is definitely a remnant soul above the Emperor stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to have such power." Any remnant soul that could reach the Emperor stage was definitely a terrifying supreme expert when they were alive. Their strength when they were alive was definitely 10 or even 100 times more terrifying than their current state of soul force. Previously, Ling Xiao had encountered the remnant soul of a quasi-emperor, so their strength when they were alive was definitely not at the quasi-emperor level. At the very least, they had to be at the Emperor stage to be able to condense such a high-level remnant soul. And the remnant soul that had reached the Emperor stage in this cave abode was probably at least a peak Emperor stage or even a Saint stage super expert when they were alive. The entrance of the cave emitted a formless pressure and a sinister aura, making it hard for people to breathe. It was as if there were demons from the 9 hells in the cave abode, causing people to feel cold and fearful. The hole absorbed the vengeful souls for an entire 2 hours before stopping. A small portion of the vengeful souls that hadn't been absorbed started to fly away like frightened birds, not paying any attention to the dozens of people between the mountain peaks. When everything calmed down, everyone sat on the ground as if they had lost their strength. Their foreheads were already covered in sweat. Only the leaders of the 5 great powers and Ling Xiao were still standing without losing their composure. Should we still go in? Bu Qing asked with a bitter smile. The others had complicated expressions on their faces. They knew that there would definitely be great danger here, but they didn't expect it to be so terrifying. It actually absorbed so many high-level vengeful souls and produced such a terrifying pressure that really made them feel like they were going to collapse. Although they knew that great danger would be accompanied by great opportunities, such opportunities weren't open to everyone. Only those who had the fighting spirit and conviction to fight to the death would have a chance. Otherwise, no one could easily obtain such opportunities. Ling Xiao seemed as if he didn't hear Bu Qing's words. He actually ignored everyone and started to walk towards the entrance of the cave alone. The leaders of the 5 great powers couldn't help but look at this bold figure with admiration. Gu Qingfeng came here for the cave abode, so he naturally had no reason to retreat at this time. All of you stay. I'm going up. If I don't come out in half a month, all of you can leave first. Gu Qingfeng spoke as if he was facing death with equanimity. Then, without turning back, he followed her. The others looked at each other. Then Gu Yufei also made up his mind and said, "Little sister, you guys stay. I want to see what's inside." Just as Gu Yufei was about to leave, Gu Xiaohe pulled him back and said, "Brother, I want to go with you." "No, there's great danger inside. I can't let you take the risk," Gu Yufei said with a firm attitude. "Brother, if I don't go in, you will be in even more danger. With me around, nothing will happen to us." Gu Xiaohe replied firmly. Gu Yufei hesitated for a moment as if he thought of something. In the end, he nodded his head and said, "All right, but you must listen to me when we're inside. You can't act recklessly." Gu Xiaohe nodded and then followed Gu Qingfeng. The others of the Gu clan stayed behind. Gu Qing also hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she brought out her heroism and followed the others. Unexpectedly, there were also 2 peak earthly Emperor realm experts from the Bu clan who followed her. The others stayed behind. The ghost child of the ghost sect actually chose to withdraw from this competition. He simply led his people away from the mountain and went to look for another sovereign pill. The ghost child sneered in his heart. "They're all courting death. It seems that there are a few less powerful opponents in the top 10. The saint and saintess of the Yin-Yang sect looked at each other. In the end, they didn't leave like the ghost child did. The 2 of them also followed the ghost child into the cave while the others stayed behind. The cave was halfway up the mountain. The entrance of the cave wasn't particularly big and could only accommodate 2 or 3 people at the same time. There were some piles of rocks in front of the entrance. It seemed that they were used to cover the entrance of the cave but were later removed by someone. As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the cave, a gust of terrifying cold wind blew out, making people feel extremely cold. The entrance of the cave was like a bottomless black hole. One couldn't see its depth at a glance. It was pitch black and looked extremely gloomy. Ling Xiao stopped at the entrance of the cave and the others followed suit. He closed his eyes and scanned the cave with his spiritual force like a tidal wave. His spiritual force continued to extend downwards, hoping to find something. This cave is so deep. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Just as his spiritual force was about to reach the bottom of the cave, a terrifying rebounding force slammed against Ling Xiao's spiritual force. Pooh! The rebounding force was extremely terrifying. Before Ling Xiao could cut off the connection with his spiritual force, he was immediately hit by the rebounding force. He felt a sharp pain in his sea of consciousness and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body instantly withered and he swallowed it. His face was incomparably pale. The people behind him couldn't help but take a few steps back at the same time. They thought that the cave was doing something strange and devouring again. When everyone saw that Ling Xiao had swallowed golden blood, they couldn't help but feel strange. On the other hand, Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe revealed an imperceptible look of surprise. The way they looked at Ling Xiao was slightly different. "Young Master Ling, what's going on?" Bu Qing couldn't help but ask. Ling Xiao lightly shook his aching head and said, "There should be a remnant soul at or above the Emperor stage down there. Could also be a living creature. Think carefully about whether you want to go in or not. I'm going to rest for a while." After saying that, Ling Xiao quickly sat down to repair the damage to his sea of consciousness. Fortunately, his sea of consciousness was hundreds of times stronger than others. Otherwise, just the rebounding force from that attack would have been enough to kill him. Playing tricks. So what if it's a remnant soul at the Emperor stage? Gu Qingfeng ignored Ling Zhao's words. His body was surrounded by the light of his attribute, and he plunged into the cave. The holy son and holy daughter of the Yin-Yang sect seemed to be afraid that Gu Qingfeng would get to the things inside first, so they followed without hesitation. Chapter 629. After Gu Qingfeng entered, the rest of the group's expressions darkened. Although they were not as perceptive as Ling Xiao, they had already sensed the terror of this place. However, since they had already come this far, there was no way they could back down now. The saint and the saintess looked at each other and immediately disappeared into the cave. Gu Qing glanced at Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe, who did not move, and asked, "Brother Gu, Sister Gu, are you going in?" Gu Yufei glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "We'll wait for Brother Ling before we go in." Beside him, Gu Xiaohe also nodded lightly. Gu Qing did not know what Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe were planning. She looked at the meditating Ling Xiao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Then let's wait for young Master Ling." Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness was injured, and this kind of injury was much more difficult to heal compared to physical injuries. Moreover, this injury was much more serious than before. Although the spirit-controlling art had the healing ability, it was not something that could be healed in a short time. It only took Ling Xiao a quarter of an hour to stabilize his injuries before he stood up. Ling Xiao looked at Bu Qing, Gu Yufei, and Gu Xiaohe, who had not entered the cave yet, and said, "I advise you to leave. This place is not something you can handle." Although he knew that Bu Qing had accepted him because she wanted to make use of him, he could not help but advise them because of his love for beauty. "Then, are you going or not?" Gu Xiaohe, who had been silent all this while, suddenly asked. Ling Xiao glanced at Gu Xiaohe and shook his head. "Although this place is dangerous, it is not enough for me, Ling Xiao, to retreat." After saying that, he began to walk towards the cave entrance. Gu Xiaohe's beautiful eyes flashed with admiration, and she said, "Since you are not afraid, of course we are not. I'll go with you." After saying that, she immediately followed Ling Xiao. Bu Qing looked at Gu Xiaohe in confusion. She could not understand why she, who was filled with murderous intent towards Ling Xiao just a moment ago, suddenly became so kind. Could it be that this girl has taken a fancy to Ling Xiao? Bu Qing guessed in her mind. Before she could figure it out, Gu Yufei also walked in. Bu Qing didn't think too much about it. She waved to the two Bu family members behind her and followed them in. The interior of the cave was filled with a gloomy and damp air, and the smell of corrosion was especially strong. It was pitch black, making it difficult for people to see further, and they couldn't even see the road in front of them. Ling Xiao had green pupils, so the darkness here was not an obstacle for him and his constitution. The others took out their spirit tools one after another, illuminating their surroundings. There was nothing special about the surrounding rock walls. There wasn't even a single lizard crawling on them. There wasn't even a single weed. It was all smooth and protruding. However, a gust of cold wind would occasionally blow out from the cave, and the sound of it would make one's hair stand on end. Gu Xiaohe was standing closer to Ling Xiao. Half of her curvaceous body was leaning against Ling Xiao's other side. Her body was trembling slightly, and it was obvious that she was not as calm as she appeared. Ling Xiao smelled the faint scent of a woman, and his tense mind relaxed a lot. "Ah!" Suddenly, Gu Shengxiao let out a scream and hugged Ling Xiao's arm. "Little sister, what's wrong?" Gu Yufei immediately came forward and asked anxiously. Ling Xiao also looked at Gu Xiaohe with a puzzled expression. Bu Qing and the two people behind her also became nervous. There's something under my feet." Gu Xiaohe looked like she was about to cry. She didn't have the majestic expression she had when she was chasing after Ling Xiao. Now, she was completely like a frightened little girl, and people couldn't help but feel pity for her. Everyone looked at Gu Xiaohe's feet, and to their surprise, they saw an exquisite bony palm above her feet. The bony palm seemed to have stretched out from the ground. Half of it was above Gu Xiaohe's feet, and the other half was underground, so they couldn't see it clearly. "Don't worry, it's just a bony palm." Ling Xiao looked at Gu Xiaohe's frightened expression, and he couldn't help but pat her shoulder a few times to comfort her. Gu Yufei also said, "Yes, people have come here before, so it's not surprising to see bones. Little sister, if you're afraid, it's not too late to leave now." "No, I'm not afraid, I'm just nervous." Gu Xiaohe shook her head and said. As she said that, she couldn't help but grab Ling Xiao's sleeve tightly, as if Ling Xiao could bring her a sense of security. Only Bu Qing, who was an observant woman, noticed this detail. The cave was indeed very deep, and it seemed to extend downwards without an end in sight. After walking for half an hour, they still hadn't reached the end. Along the way, they came across many skeletons. From their clothes, it wasn't difficult to tell that they were the earthly sovereign who had died here in the past. The deeper they went, the stronger the chilly wind became. Moreover, the aura of hostility and oppression gradually became more unbearable. The few of them exerted their full strength and carefully went deeper into the cave. After walking for a while, they finally saw Gu Qingfeng and the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Yin-Yang God religion. The place they were in had become spacious, as if it was the hall of a cave abode. It was not a problem for it to accommodate dozens of people. Colorful beads were placed around the cave abode, illuminating the inside of the cave abode. Gu Qingfeng and the other two didn't seem surprised when they saw Ling Xiao and the others coming in. Is this the bottom of the cave?" Ling Xiao frowned slightly and murmured. He looked around and found that there were dozens of skeletons and some scattered spiritual weapons. They must have been left behind when they died. Apart from these, there seemed to be nothing special. However, on the other side of the cave, there were 3 huge entrances which seemed to lead to deeper areas. Gu Qingfeng and the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the Yin-Yang God religion stayed here, probably because they couldn't decide which passage to take. When Ling Xiao and the others stepped into the center of the cave, the entrance behind them suddenly flashed with a light curtain, sealing the entrance. Everyone was instantly shocked. "The road behind is blocked?" Bu Qing cried out in alarm. "Let's see if we can destroy it." Gu Yufei frowned, then walked back with dragon-like tiger steps. Then, he roared and a golden fist instantly surged out of his arm. The golden fist hit the light curtain, causing a rumbling sound. After the punch, the light curtain still didn't have the slightest damage. Gu Yufei was unwilling to give up. A high-rank spiritual spear appeared in his hand, and he stabbed the light curtain with all his strength again. Puff! This time, Gu Yufei hit the light curtain, but was rebounded by the powerful energy. He spat out a mouthful of blood. There was even a faint golden color in the blood. What a powerful restriction. I can't break it. Gu Yufei wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth and said faintly. Everyone's expression changed, and they revealed expressions of panic. "Since there is no way out, we can only move forward," Ling Xiao said faintly. There were 3 paths now, but everyone didn't know which one to choose. When Ling Xiao arrived in front of the 3 paths, he closed his eyes and hesitated for a moment. Then he walked into the leftmost cave. However, at this time, a hoarse voice sounded. "How dare you disturb this king's eternal sleep? You all deserve to die." As soon as the voice fell, the light inside the cave flashed, and the scene inside the cave instantly changed. Everyone seemed to have arrived in a world of blood sea. Blood people and corpses emerged from the sea of blood. This world was very similar to the blood demon world of the cruel leopard, but the scale of this world seemed to be bigger and more terrifying than the cruel leopard's blood demon world. These blood people and corpses carried a strong hostility and rushed towards them. Although everyone was afraid, they felt that the scene in front of them should be an illusion. "Don't panic, this should be an illusion. As long as we can guard our minds, we will be fine in a while." Gu Qingfeng shouted at the saint and saintess of the Yin-Yang God sect. He immediately closed his eyes and focused his mind. The others also closed their eyes and focused their minds, waiting for the illusion to be broken. However, these blood people and corpses seemed to be real. They kept grabbing and biting at their bodies, as if they wanted to eat all of them alive. Although everyone knew that this was an illusion, they could still feel the pain of being bitten and the disgusting scene. This made them extremely unbearable. However, they were all outstanding talents of the 18 major forces. Finally, when they could not bear it anymore, their aura suddenly rose, and they shook off the blood people and corpses. A bottle of medicine appeared in their hands, and they immediately applied it to their eyes. This was an illusion-dispelling potion, which could let people see through all illusions. As expected, after applying the illusion-dispelling potion, the blood demon world immediately disappeared in front of them. Everyone weakly sat on the ground, their expressions incomparably pale. Only Ling Xiao did not collapse. His eyes flashed with green light as he stared at the largest hole on the left. He seemed to see what was in the hole, and his expression became extremely nervous. "Do you think you will be fine after breaking the illusion? You are too naive." The hoarse voice sounded again. Then the cave began to shake, as if something was about to come out from the passage in the middle. Everyone immediately jumped up from the ground as if they were facing a great enemy, and stared at the hole nervously. A huge skeleton ran out from the hole in the middle. It was a skeleton in the shape of a dragon. It was about 10 meters long, and it almost occupied the entire cave. On top of the skeleton's head, there was a beast core that was the size of 2 heads. The skeleton and the beast core looked very strange. No one expected this skeleton to be able to run freely like a living thing. The dragon's head opened and closed a few times, making a few sounds of bones and teeth striking each other. Then it fiercely charged at them. There was not much space to move around in the hole, and the dragon skeleton only needed to move its body to force everyone to dodge. "What can a mere dead thing do to me?" Gu Qingfeng raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at one side of the skeleton. Clang! The long sword collided with the skeleton, and a metallic sound was heard. Chapter 630. The weapon in Gu Mingfeng's hand was a low-tier 7th-tier spirit weapon, so one could imagine how sturdy it was. However, his full-powered strike was unable to damage the skeletal dragon skeleton at all. Gu Mingfeng could not help but feel shocked as he quickly retreated. However, the skeletal dragon's tail was already sweeping towards him at an incredible speed. In this narrow space, Gu Mingfeng did not have any extra space to dodge. However, he wouldn't be defeated just like that. A cyan shield appeared in his hand. Smack! The tail smashed against the shield, and Gu Mingfeng was sent crashing into the rock wall by the terrifying force. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. The others did not stay idle either. They all unleashed their strongest attacks at the skeletal dragon. As the space was not big, the emperors did not blindly use large-scale elemental attacks. Most of them used the might of their spirit weapons to fight the skeletal dragon, hoping to destroy it as soon as possible. Unfortunately, the skeletal dragon skeleton had already exceeded their expectations. It was invulnerable to weapons and was difficult to damage. Although the skeletal dragon did not have the terrifying attack power it had when it was alive, every bone in its body seemed to be an offensive weapon. Whether it bit, rammed, or swept, in this narrow space, all of them could cause great harm to the crowd. At this moment, a bony claw slapped towards Gu Xiaohe's face, who could not dodge in time. If Gu Xiaohe was really hit, even if she did not die, her face would be disfigured. On the other side, Gu Yufei was enraged and shouted, "Little sister, dodge!" He raised his spear to save her, but he could not catch up to her in terms of speed. Gu Xiaohe was so scared that her face turned pale. She knew that she could not dodge anymore, so she could only close her eyes and wait for death to come. However, at this moment, a figure dashed out like the wind and saved Gu Xiaohe before the bony claw landed on her face. "Stop attacking its skeleton. Attack the beast core in its head with all your might. As long as the beast core is broken, it will collapse on its own." Ling Xiao shouted loudly as he carried Gu Xiaohe in one arm. The others suddenly came to a realization. The The beast core should be the energy supporting the bone dragon's attack. As long as it was destroyed, the bone dragon would definitely be destroyed as well. With Ling Xiao's rich battle experience, he was able to see through the crux of the matter with a single glance. As for the rest of them, they were all outstanding youths of major powers. Although their battle prowess wasn't weak in terms of experience, none of them could compare to Ling Xiao. The few of them couldn't care less. They immediately gathered their powerful elemental attacks and blasted it towards the flickering beast core on the skeletal dragon's head. Boom, boom, boom. Although their attacks were very powerful, the energy contained in the beast core seemed to be very powerful as well. They were unable to destroy it for a while, but they greatly weakened the bone dragon's attack power. However, while the bone dragon was fighting back, one of the Bu family's earthly sovereigns had his arm scratched off by the bone claw, and the others had more or less suffered internal injuries. The situation was not optimistic. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was watching the battle intently with Gu Xiaohe in his arms. Little did he know that his arm was wrapped around Gu Xiaohe's ample bosom. Gu Xiaohe's face was so red that it looked like it was about to bleed. If it was any other time, she would have killed this lecher who had taken advantage of her with a single palm. But now, she couldn't summon the slightest bit of killing intent. Instead, her heart was beating wildly, causing her heart to be in chaos. Previously, Ling Xiao had kissed her which made her think that Ling Xiao was an extremely daring pervert. She really wanted to stab him to death. However, when Ling Xiao released his terrifying aura to suppress Ling Xiao, she felt that Ling Xiao was very domineering. When she looked at Ling Xiao's handsome face again, she was slightly intoxicated. Then, when she saw Ling Xiao spit out the golden blood, she realized that she might have some kind of relationship with Ling Xiao. Therefore, she weakened her killing intent toward Ling Xiao. Now that she was rescued by Ling Xiao, her heart was filled with reluctance. "Stand behind me first. I will destroy this bone dragon." A solemn look flashed across Ling Xiao's face. He pulled Gu Xiaohe behind him and the ice and fire sword appeared in his hand. "Go!" Ling Xiao saw the opportunity and shouted. He threw the ice and fire sword out. The ice and fire sword pierced the huge beast core of the bone dragon like a rainbow. Since they had attracted the bone dragon's attack, the ice and fire sword accurately pierced the beast core. However, the ice and fire sword could not destroy it with one strike. However, Ling Xiao did not just attack it with one strike. He used his mind to control the ice and fire sword and slashed at the beast core. If one strike could not destroy it, he would use 2 strikes. If 2 strikes could not destroy it, he would use 4 strikes. He was determined to destroy the beast core. The few people here all saw that strange sword continuously slashing at the beast core, and their expressions all became astonished. Unity of man and weapon. Gu Xiaohe, who was behind Ling Xiao, could not help but exclaim with her mouth covered. The others looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze. Gu Qingfeng gritted his teeth and exclaimed in his heart, "This guy must not be allowed to live." Under the continuous attacks of the ice and fire sword, the beast core was finally destroyed. However, the explosion caused by the forceful destruction of the beast core was quite terrifying. Everyone in the cave was affected. Boom! Everyone already knew this would happen, so they had already raised their defense to the highest level. When everything dissipated, most of the people had slammed into the surrounding rock walls in a sorry state. Their complexions were incomparably pale, and the corners of their mouths were stained with blood. Their clothes were damaged to varying degrees, and they looked indescribably sorry. In order to protect Gu Xiaohe, who was behind him, Ling Xiao had also suffered a heavy blow on his back. Fortunately, only his clothes were torn, and he did not suffer any serious injuries. It was not that Ling Xiao had any designs on Gu Xiaohe, but he had the same thought as Gu Xiaohe. There must be some kind of relationship between them. At the same time, he had always thought of himself as a man who cherished flowers. Of course, he did not want to see Gu Xiaohe get hurt. Gu Xiaohe could feel Ling Xiao's safe and steady body protecting her. A feeling that she had never felt before spread throughout her body. Her heart was beating wildly. Are you all right?" Gu Xiaohe looked up at the handsome man in front of her and asked with concern. Ling Xiao shook his head and let go of Gu Xiaohe. He turned around with a doubtful expression. Gu Yufei quickly rushed to Gu Xiaohe's side. Little sister, are you all right? At this moment, everyone in the cave started to gather around Ling Xiao. Among them, Ling Xiao was the only one who had not suffered any injuries. Seeing how calm he was, they could only place their hopes on him. I don't believe that a mere remnant soul like you can take my life. Gu Qingfeng revealed a crazed expression as a large, jade-green hammer appeared in his hand. This big hammer had a strong elemental fluctuation, and a human figure slowly appeared on top of the big hammer. Gu Qing looked at the hammer and could not help but exclaim, I didn't expect Brother Gu to take out his family's half-step sacred weapon. No wonder he was willing to barge in here. Gu Qingfeng glanced at Bu Qing and the others and said, You guys don't need to hide anymore. If we can't kill this powerful remnant soul, we will all die here. We should work together to kill it first. Bu Qing nodded, looked at the others, and took out a semicircular treasure. The treasure was only the size of a palm, but the energy it emitted was extraordinary. Waves of blue light flickered, illuminating the cave in a blue hue. So it's the sacred sky light shield. Great. With it, we can definitely break through this damned place. Gu Qingfeng looked at the item in Bu Qing's hand and said happily. The others also revealed a happy expression. Clearly, they recognized the treasure in Bu Qing's hand. I'll defend against your attacks. Bu Qing casually tossed the sacred heaven light barrier in her hand, and blue light was emitted once again, enveloping everyone. Shockingly, it was a defensive half-step holy artifact, and it could resist attacks of any element at or below the emperor rank. Of course, Bu Qing's strength was not enough to last too long. After all, she was only an earth sovereign. If it weren't for the fact that her life was in danger, she would never have taken out the sacred sky light shield. At this time, the Yin-Yang religion's Holy Sun and Holy Maiden also signaled to each other, and each took out a peak 7th Order sword spirit artifact from their space rings. Although they were not as dazzling as the two half-step sacred weapons, their offensive power was definitely top-notch. The swords in their hands were one of water and one of fire, yin and yang in harmony, allowing them to display their greatest power. Since ancient times, the Yin-Yang religion's Holy Sun and Holy Maiden had cultivated the Yin-Yang sacred scripture, so it was not difficult for them to kill enemies above their realm. Therefore, the others did not look down on them. After all, not every great force was willing to let their juniors squander their half-step sacred weapons. On the Gu family's side, Gu Yufei did not take any action, instead looking at his little sister and saying, Xiaohe, take it out, or we'll all die. Gu Xiaohe nodded. Her space ring flashed, and a simple and unadorned golden spear appeared in front of everyone. This golden spear seemed to have been around for many years, and it looked rather old. There was no fluctuation of spiritual qi at all, as if it was just an ordinary spear. But then, Gu Xiaohe made a shocking move. Her aura surged, and a mouthful of blood essence sprayed from her little mouth. The blood essence landed on the spear. Swoosh! A golden light immediately bloomed. This golden light instantly overshadowed the light of the other weapons, making them look much dimmer. At the same time, a strong sense of oppression assaulted everyone's hearts. Roar! The shadow of a golden dragon suddenly appeared, and a dragon's roar shook the cave. This was a golden dragon with 8 claws, and its aura was many times stronger than the bone dragon just now. The Gu family's golden dragon spear. Except for Ling Xiao, the others recognized the origin of this spear, and they all exclaimed in unison. Looking at their expressions, it was not difficult to guess that the grade of this golden dragon spear had exceeded the scope of the weapons in their hands. This was a true sacred weapon, and the half-step sacred weapons in Gu Qingfeng and Bu Qing's hands could not be compared to it. Chapter 631. The Golden Dragon Spear was the Gu clan's most famous sacred artifact, and it was widely known in the central region. 5,000 years ago, Its appearance shocked everyone in the central region. At that time, a hidden aristocratic family clashed with the Gu clan, and the hidden aristocratic family's strength was rather powerful. They actually had a saint-level patriarch. This patriarch thought that he was more powerful than others, and actually led his men to attack the Gu clan to demand justice. However, this patriarch was indeed arrogant when he arrived at the Gu clan. Unfortunately, he was killed by a high-level ancestor-level mystic emperor from the Gu clan. A mystic emperor killing a saint-level expert sounded unbelievable, but it had actually happened before. The Gu clan's emperor-level expert had used the golden dragon spear to kill the saint-level expert with a single move. No one could tell what rank the saint golden dragon spear was, but no one would treat it as an ordinary low-rank saint artifact. Otherwise, it would be impossible for it to break through a saint artifact's defense. The golden dragon spear became famous in the central region after that battle, and it also raised the Gu clan's ranking slightly. However, the Gu clan's patriarch who used the golden dragon spear did not break through to the saint level, and after his death, no one else obtained the golden dragon spear's recognition, and the golden dragon spear went silent like an ordinary weapon. Of course, not many people knew the inside story. Moreover, a sacred artifact of this grade was the clan's treasure, and they would not use it unless they were in danger. They would not let a junior use it. Now that Gu Xiaohe was able to take out the golden dragon spear, everyone was shocked. Just as Gu Xiaohe took out the golden dragon spear, the hoarse voice sounded again. What a familiar aura. It's the aura of the dragon spear. Good, good. I never thought that after thousands of years, someone would actually return my dragon spear. For great adamantine warriors, snatch the dragon spear back for this king. Since when did the royal family's possession belong to a lowly commoner? What does he mean by that? Gu Xiaohe gripped the golden dragon spear tightly in his hand as he struggled to speak. Gu Yufei faintly sensed something and frowned. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, don't waste time. Little sister, quickly break the restrictions here and get out, or else we'll all die here." Gu Yufei, what are you afraid of? Since we have the golden dragon spear, it's best to destroy this remnant soul. There must be a lot of monarch pills and treasures inside. Gu Qingfeng said with a frenzied expression. It seemed that he was determined to plunder everything inside before he was willing to give up. At this time, a muffled commotion came from the hole in the middle. Needless to say, something terrible was about to come out. Little sister, hurry up and break the restriction here. Gu Yufei called out to Gu Xiaohe again. Gu Xiaohe did not dare to hesitate. She used all her strength to lift the golden dragon spear. It was as if the golden dragon spear weighed millions of kilograms. She seemed to be struggling to lift it. Then, she stabbed at the light barrier behind her. Rumble! A solid 8-clawed golden dragon rushed out of the golden dragon spear and slammed into the restriction at the exit. When this terrifying golden dragon appeared, it was as if they had seen a real dragon appear in the world, making them feel extremely insignificant. That power made them feel that if they were to be touched by even a little bit of it, not even their dregs would be left. The cave abode shook violently. Sure enough, the restrictive spell had been destroyed. However, everyone was shaken by the aura and could not rush out of the cave immediately. Gu Xiaohe was severely injured and the golden dragon spear had fallen from his hand, returning to its normal state. Gu Xiaohe was severely injured and the golden dragon spear had fallen to the side, returning to its normal state. At this time, the things in the middle cave finally appeared in front of everyone. They were 4 tall corpses. Their bodies were still there, but their skin and flesh were shriveled. They looked extremely hideous and frightening. These 4 corpses were all wearing heavy armor and holding ancient spears in their hands. The armor and spears were shining with powerful spiritual energy. They did not lose their luster because of the erosion of time. The moment everyone saw the battle armor and long spear, they knew that they were not ordinary items. At the very least, they were top-notch spirit weapons. Guard the exit and do not let them leave. The dragon spear must not fall into the hands of these lowly commoners. The hoarse voice sounded again. As soon as the voice faded away, Gu Yufei grabbed Gu Xiaohe and cried out in alarm, "Little sister, run! Big brother, the golden dragon spear is still there." Gu Xiaohe cried out. She wanted to grab the golden dragon spear, but Gu Yufei had already pulled her out of the cave. Bu Qing also exclaimed, "Let's go out too." She knew that it was impossible. The danger here was beyond her imagination. If they did not escape now, only death would await them. Bu Qing pushed the sacred light barrier and rushed out of the cave. The two people behind her did not dare to hesitate and immediately followed her. The holy son and holy daughter of the Yin-Yang god cult did not dare to stay any longer. They ran madly toward the cave. The cave that could only accommodate two people suddenly became very crowded. However, before they could reach the entrance of the cave, the two dried corpses were faster than all of them. They sealed the entrance of the cave before they could reach it. "Get out of my way!" Gu Yufei stabbed his spear at one of the corpses. Rumble! The sharp and powerful golden light fiercely bombarded the dried corpse. This was a full-force attack from a peak Earth Emperor. Even a half-step exalted-level expert would not dare to let it hit him. However, this corpse did not dodge and took the attack head-on. When the golden light dissipated, the corpse was completely unscathed. Moreover, its shriveled hand had grabbed the spear. Roar! The corpse roared and exerted force to pull Gu Yufei's spear over. Gu Yufei's body leaned forward uncontrollably, and the corpse's other hand reached out. Bang! The corpse's palm struck Gu Yufei's body and produced a muffled groan. Gu Yufei spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying back. Gu Xiaohe, who was grabbing onto him, quickly pulled him back. Unfortunately, the corpse's palm was extremely terrifying. Even Gu Xiaohe could not hold Gu Yufei's body. The two of them were smashed into the stone wall at the same time. On the other side, Bu Qing and her earthly sovereign were protected by the sacred light barrier. However, the strength of the corpse was far too terrifying. Bu Qing's complexion grew paler and paler as her fists slammed into the heavenly barrier of holy light. It was clear that she wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. The two earthly sovereigns of her clan attacked the corpse at the same time, but they weren't able to do much damage to it. This was because the defensive capabilities of the corpse's full set of battle armor were far too abnormal. Even if they attacked with high-grade spiritual weapons, they still weren't able to destroy the corpse. Behind them, Gu Qingfeng was barely able to deal with one of the corpses with his half-grade sacred tool. The saint and saintess of the Yin-Yang cult used the sacred Yin-Yang technique to fight against one of the corpses. However, they seemed to be having a hard time. It was likely that they would not be able to resist the corpse that was not afraid of death. In addition to the astonishing defense of the corpses, their combat strength was also much stronger than all the earthly sovereigns. Even heavenly venerables were stronger. Almost everyone was caught in a great crisis. At this time, Ling Xiao was about to step forward to help the Gu siblings. However, he found that their combat strength had increased at the same time. It really is the ancient emperor's divine art. Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the two golden Jiao dragons emerging from Gu Yufei and Gu Xiaohe's bodies. He finally knew why the Gu siblings gave him a familiar feeling. It turned out that they had cultivated the ancient emperor's divine art like him. However, their cultivation realm did not seem to be high. They should have only reached the third transformation, the viscera refinement realm. The increase in their combat strength was only 1 or 2 times higher than before. "Little sister, I'll keep it busy. You take the opportunity to escape." Gu Yufei was heavily injured by the mummy's attack. Fortunately, he was wearing a spiritual armor and had the help of the ancient emperor's divine art, so he did not die immediately. He was worried about his little sister's life. He immediately shouted and charged at the mummy again. "I don't need it. If we want to leave, we'll leave together." Gu Xiaohe was also a stubborn person. She ignored her brother's words and made a sound of acknowledgement. Then, she dashed towards the golden dragon's spear not far away, planning to use it to destroy the mummy. On Bu Qing's side, her heavenly light barrier's defense was getting weaker and weaker. She would not have enough energy to maintain it if she took another 2 hits. Little Sister Qing, you guys leave. I'll stay here to stop it. The earthly sovereign with a broken arm shouted at Bu Qing. Then, he threw himself at the dried corpse and hugged it tightly. From the looks of it, he was willing to sacrifice his life in exchange for the lives of the other 2 members of the Bu family. The mummy fiercely slapped the earthly sovereign of the Bu clan who was hugging it. The palm directly penetrated the earthly sovereign's body. Blood kept flowing out, but the earthly sovereign of the Bu clan still hugged the mummy tightly. His body began to swell. It seemed that he wanted to destroy the mummy even if he had to self-destruct. Bu Fan Yu? Bu Qing's throat seemed to be blocked by something. Seeing her family members sacrificing themselves for her, she felt extremely sad. Little Sister Qing, let's go. We can't let Bu Fan's sacrifice be in vain. The other earthly sovereign of the Bu clan grabbed Bu Qing's hand and flew out. At this moment, the earthly sovereign of the Bu clan exclaimed, "Let's go to hell together. Rumble." The explosion of the peak earthly sovereign caused the cave mansion to shake slightly. Everything inside the cave mansion disappeared. The few people who were fighting were also sent flying by the shockwave. However, the mummy was not destroyed. Only one of its arms was blown off, but it could still continue to fight. Gu Xiaohe was also unable to retrieve the golden dragon spear due to the self-destruction of the earthly sovereign of the Bu clan. She was hit by the shockwave and fell to the side. However, she couldn't care less. Just as she was about to pick up the golden dragon spear again, someone was faster than her and snatched the golden dragon spear. Haha, the golden dragon spear of the Gu clan. Now let me see how powerful it is. The person who picked up the golden dragon spear was none other than Gu Qingfeng of the Gu clan. He did not intend to return the golden dragon spear to Gu Xiaohe. Instead, he held it and stabbed it towards a mummy. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.